My pronouns are they or he, and you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBloodify. And you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBloodify. And you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBloodify. And you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBloodify. And you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBloodify. And you can find me on
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. My name is Kelsey. My pronouns are she, they. I am the communications director for this wonderful channel you see us on right now, TTRPG. And this is our finale of A Toon to Die For. Today, my character is Sky Howard, and I am going to pass it on over to our GM.
Hello, everyone. It's still me, Mike or Michael. My pronouns are they or he, and you can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBlood if you're so inclined. Today, as always, for the last few episodes, I am the facilitator. I've been running this shit. I know what I'm doing. It's the first powered by the apocalypse game I've ever run, but not the first one with cartoons. In no particular order, I'm joined, of course, by Kels. You just met them again. They're wonderful. Thank you so much for running Tech, Kels. You've been great. And we're also joined by Morshadi. Hello.
Hi. Today I am playing Kipper Kip Hopperman, a industrious and running around town forgetful kangaroo who currently is I think a popsicle. I don't know. He's
True.
being very very introspective at the moment.
I think that was the solution we came to. Yeah.
Having a moment with himself.
Yes.
And of course, we're also joined by Kiki. Thank you so much again.
Hey everyone, it's me, Kiki and Grishka. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them. And I am, as I have been for the past 4+ weeks, embodying everyone's favorite worst uncle, Cyril Seda. Get ready to fall in love again, America.
Every week. And last but certainly not least, thank you so much, Annie.
Hello, my name is Annie Oakley. My pronouns are she, her, and tonight I will be playing Sally Sable. Her pronouns are also she, her. Yeah.
Fabulous, fabulous. I know it's, yeah, absolutely. That's true.
What are you talking about?
We're live.
We're live.
Yeah.
You only get one take.
And I would like to say, hey Morshadi, fuck you.
It's true.
Oh man,
I know you're gonna be there and you're gonna say some shit.
And you're gonna make a goof about it not being live. Yeah. Speaking of Morshadi, you were absent for the last episode, and of course,
I was there.
It's true. That's true.
I was just a popsicle.
I was incorrect in my statement. So Kip Hopperman fell into the vat of Toon dissolving goo, which was very worrying for all of us. But of course, the Toon sleuths elected to save their friend Kip by just turning the dials down to zero, making all the cold happen in that old abandoned Toon print and horror factory. And Kip is safely locked away with the cartoon ants, the print-on-demand ant army that Beaumont Ignatius Stone, really little birdie, but actually Birdie Beans. May he rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Birdie Beans. Gone but not forgotten.
Amen. That little army that was produced to help with Birdie Bean's apparent scheme, but as the Toon sleuths discovered, Birdie Beans was not the mastermind of anything, and soon after being discovered was expired, but not after a tearful salute from Cyril Seda. So thank you very much for that. But Mr. Seda has gone off in search of their media, his media connects, in order to get as many eyes as possible. And God forgive us, the actual authorities involved in storming the Mount Biv ski resort secret corpo meeting where they're going to divide up the land.
Cartoon Davos, basically.
Yep. And so Cyril's off doing that. And of course, Sky Howard and Sally Sable went off to the old Abernathy place. And things are amiss there late at night, as they have realized not only is it very much actually haunted, they have correctly surmised that the house itself is a Toon. And what's going on there? They narrowly escaped putting a bunch of ghost appearing liquid that will aid them in the sprinkler system that has been safely and correctly installed in the old Abernathy place to be used as a film location.
I don't think I like the way you put that in parentheses.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
I don't think I like that.
All of the ghosts will be visible, and that's going to be fabulous for everyone. They narrowly escaped the basement when the house tried to shut them down in there, avoiding whatever danger would befall them. But as we leave the crisp and clear night, where Sky Howard and Sally Sable regain their composure, we return to that abandoned Toon mill, and we look at a block of ice that is rapidly melting. What's going on in there, Kip?
I think I'm in there in very much like Demolition Man style. I'm like, you know, and just you just start seeing just like a vibration back and forth, and just a high pitched squeal. And if it's okay with you, I think the ice just shatters. Don't move. The ice shatters. And I step out from like kind of like very, very Avatar style, just like, hey, I'm stepping out of this ice. In my hands, I'm holding a pamphlet for a union. I'm like, higher wages and decreased income inequality, huh? Oh, interesting. Huh. I'll have to take a look at that later. Thanks. And he stuffs it back into his pocket.
The little pillbug foreman twists his cap and gets back inside your pocket as you realize there's a bunch of other pillbugs and little kips who had covered you in a protective layer of your jam whiteout concoction.
Oh my goodness.
And they've chiseled you out, and your sheer.
Is this canon? Is this how Kip survived this?
Oh,
my
yes,
god!
This is how Kip survived this. This is fully how Kip Hopperman got his groove back.
A blanket
The
of his
pillbug
tiny
just like
shell.
looks out, just like, wow, they weren't kidding. The union really does make us strong.
Indeed. But one of the things that is noticeable, I think, to the audience is Kip looks a little different. And the reason being is, while he was trapped, all he could think about was the sheer rage he felt with what was happening. Kip is very much transformed with this experience. While they say that, like, revenge is the best dish best served cold, he's still white hot with rage. To the point where he's very much laser focused on getting revenge on this. I don't think he knows that Birdie, whoever, he still thinks that dang it, why can't I think of his name?
Beaumont Ignatius Stone.
Beaumont Ignatius Stone is still around, and that is his current target. And with that, I think, and I've spoken with you about this, Michael.
Absolutely.
Kip is no longer the lunkhead. He is going to be changing now to the Grouch.
Oh my goodness.
I no longer I see misery all around me.
Oh my goodness.
All I see is just a wasteland of just terribleness. Everything that I've done has been to create and destroy all these tunes. And all of it was because of Stone. Like he just like reaches into his pocket and like wraps himself into this like dark overcoat.
Oh no. Oh no.
And he
Oh my
walks
God.
out of this warehouse, headed back to the studios.
Yeah, but with some uncanny knowledge, some uncanny perception available to you,
Mm.
you can see in perhaps your mind's eye or your now darkened heart the truth of the matter that has been so long obfuscated from you, Mr. Hopperman. Shit's got to change,
Indeed.
and
Goes
nice
all the
isn't
way
going to
up.
do it. It goes all the way up.
All the way to the top.
I'm
All
mad
the
as
way to the
hell.
top. Even if it gets, I gotta take out the whiteout industry.
And so Kip takes off into the night, having donned his new dark vigilante activist uniform.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
We cut from this horrific display of vengeance manifest, and we return to the very safe, fresh off the lot, blacked out, black on black Lincoln Continental that Mr. Seta is currently operating. Where did you head straight off after you split up from the others?
Payphone.
Perfect.
Cyril Seta is exactly the sort of person who would know that if you want to get in contact with your, less than reputable media contacts, you go to a payphone. Probably knows every payphone that's still operating in the 30-mile zone around Biffdale.
Definitely.
And only for that reason and for none others.
I like to think that it would be difficult to find a payphone that wasn't like expressly used for costume changes, like the Superman-esque turnaround. So you have to like walk in a couple, and then like you finally find one. That's
you walk
actually a
into
phone.
one and you walk into one and you hear a very frantic masculine voice going, "Occupied, occupied."
Sorry. You walk into another and it's a Toon, and he goes, "Excuse me."
And Sarah goes, "Oh, whatever." Just like looks up and goes, "You knew what you were doing here." Walks off. Finally finds one, and yeah, I mean, I think like after all this like high energy, like set piece cinema that we've been going through, I think this is kind of a moment of uh relative visual silence for the camera. I think we get a scene of Cyril kind of almost luxuriating and doing something very basic and known. Like this is kind of a second nature thing. He goes to the payphone. He pulls out his 2 quarters and a dime. He puts them in. He like puts the receiver up to his head, cradles it in his shoulder, and just like lights a cigarette with his other hand as he's kind of waiting, tapping on the glass. I did think of a name for like what the TMZ like style magazine here in
Sure.
Bivdale would be called. I think it would be called Rainbow Road.
Rainbow Road.
Again, sort of partially 30-mile zone, partially Roy G. Biv. And yeah, I think that he's going to call Patty Clapper, who's this kind of eternal cub reporter for Rainbow Road. Someone who's like been there for a while, but who's never been able to like get that big scoop that like takes them, off of doing human interest and obituaries kind of stuff.
Okay. So I think probably poor Patty Clapper has been recently working as like an executive assistant, and I think that you hear Patty Clapper, a man, a Toon.
I think Patty a is a younger human, probably somewhere around 28. I think her very first job was to like write like the first version of Cyril's obituary, because like Cyril is an older Toon, like a pretty standard like intern level thing is you got to write obituaries for all the older Toons just in case they like like get into a car crash or ennui leads them to fading away. And it's probably like written Cyril's obituary 5 or 6 times now, over the 9 or 10 years she's been working. So she's about 28 now. started like right out of high school as a work study.
Okay, I think you hear Patty's voice. Mr. Abendandolo's office, how can I help you?
Oh my God, Patty, what they like running a desk is one thing, but they don't even have you doing copy anymore. My God, who did you piss off?
Seta, really don't need this today.
No, I imagine what you need right now is an actual job and not another trussed up internship, huh?
Where are you calling from?
Oh, you'll never know.
That's the fun part.
Well, anyway, how about you just take one of those banker boxes that I know that you keep underneath the desk just in case the inevitable axe is going to fall, put all your stuff inside of it, get to your car, and get to Mount Bivdale with me because you're not going to have a job anymore, but you are going to get the scoop of a lifetime, dear.
I really don't want to go to one of your hedonistic parties again.
Look, I do not even talk to Ernest Borgnine anymore. And frankly, that was your fault for hearing that he was going to run a party and deciding to tag along with anybody. No, look, Patty, I know that we have a lot of fun, and I'm kind of like an older mentor figure to you over the past
That's
decade
exactly
or
what you
so.
are, yes, an older
Uh,
mentor.
but really, I need someone who can point a camera towards something big, and I trust you. Um, Put your stuff in the box, get into your car, get to Mount Biv.
You sound serious, Cyril. You're scaring me.
Maddie, a lot's happened in the last couple of days, and frankly, being old and mean just isn't as much fun as it was before things started mattering.
All right. I think having heard you talk, I think we're going to need a move here.
Yeah, yeah. This is definitely like Cyril trying to convince Patty to do something that I think her better nature knows is not like a good idea.
Like
Um,
this doesn't sound up and up.
well, and even if it was right, like if you're a reporter and like one of your like one of your shitty connections is like, hey, I got a scoop, I got a scoop of the lifetime. You got to do this, you
Right.
know.
You're like, oh God. Yeah, everyone does.
So yeah, I think this is definitely gonna like this is me persuading
For
Patty.
sure.
So I think unless you can think of another role, this would just be plus Sly.
This sounds like plus Sly to me.
All right, let's see if I can get to
Let's take a look.
the character keeper. I know I had it on one of these. Oh dear, did
You
I?
should have a +2, it looks like.
Yeah, cool. I'll just roll it real quick and then I'll get back to seeing where the tab went. Uh, that's boxcars.
No, it's not.
No, it really is. Like here, I'll bring it down. No, I'm not going to move my
No,
webcam.
don't move your
I've
webcam.
I've gotten it into position, but no, that's a 6 and a 6 plus 2. That's 14.
They totally buy into this. You might get too much of a good thing if the target continues to believe in the scam. If you get caught, they get caught. They're gonna keep taking risks until the point that it goes past funny. Okay.
I mean, I think that this is perfect, right? Like, I feel like Cyril. Yeah, I mean, Cyril obviously wanted to tell Patty exactly what she wanted to hear, but I think this is like one of those moments where it's like, no, this is exactly what Patty needed to hear to start like burning those bridges, right?
You just hear she doesn't hang up. You just hear a bunch of crashing, and then you hear her say, "I'm taking my lunch, James."
Uh, well, uh, it's not like anything else can go wrong, right, everybody? Hangs up the phone, gets back into the beaten up Lincoln.
You
Okay,
have just doomed us all.
where are you heading?
And yeah, I think that like with that, yeah, Cyril doesn't have anything else to do. It's not like he's going to be going back to the scene of the crime or to his very well appointed prairie cottage. one of Frank Lloyd Wright's, actually, or
God.
or anything like that. I think he's just heading up there.
All right, we return now to the present and the moment that Sky and Sally have escaped the hungry basement. You regard each other in the cold night air.
So the house is alive.
Definitely alive. Yeah.
Definitely alive. I'm gonna try not to think too hard about all of the metaphors surrounding, the house is alive and we're walking inside the house. So let's just go find the X on the map. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if that invisible ink worked on the ghosts.
You know what? I bet it did. I bet it worked perfectly, and we're not gonna have any
Yeah.
problems.
Absolutely. I've done this. I saw this on set one time. It totally worked. So I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work here. Yeah.
Could you, Sky, just roll me a quick d6 just for fun among friends?
I got a 2.
Good. So the two of you,
No.
what's your means of ingress?
Means of what?
Entering the building. Do you
Ah.
return to that like servant's entrance that was like open?
I mean, that's probably easiest to go wherever we went in the first time because that was the simplest
Yep,
path to the
okay.
X.
You as you approach that servant's entrance around the front right of the house, you see just a slight trickle of like water and ink just coming out of that door. Not so much that it's like forcefully erupting, but you're like, oh, there was clearly some sort of flood. At least in that room.
We just set
And
off the sprinklers, right? Just the sprinklers.
That was the plan. Hmm.
Those are some heavy sprinklers.
Do you look into the former kitchen after you come into this entrance?
Oh, we have gone into the entrance?
If you'd like to.
Oh, okay. I kind of want to like look through the little keyhole in the door.
Sure. So that like former kitchen is where that like all the grips and tech had been set up that had been like left open, that door. You look through that little keyhole again, and you just see like a white hand waving back and forth.
Did it work?
I think it did work. I think it's pretty clear that it worked. There's something just on the other side of the door. It's like it was ready to greet us and just tell us how great of a job we just did. Definitely not regretting any of my decisions right now.
Mm-hmm.
The mood is now dicey.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All right. After you.
Just gonna hide behind my my 1.5 foot tall friend here.
Right.
Listen, I'm not much to hide behind either.
Just one very small person hiding behind an even smaller person.
Oh, Sally is taller than Sky? Fantastic.
Oh. Very slightly. It's basically just like two children walking, but one of the children is taller.
It's the hobbits show up at the dark path.
The two hobbits have shown up at the Dark Tower.
We had to get the small detectives.
Our other friends
here.
are gonna show up later. We're just gonna be like sitting on the ruins eating sandwiches, and they'll be like, "What did we miss?"
What were you saying, Mashadi?
If I show up, you guys can stack on top of me, and I have a really long trench coat.
It's like not sized for kids. It's way too big.
Fun fact:
we've already done this joke.
This isn't actually an actual play stream. This is 4 Toons in a trench coat.
Yes.
Sally, do you take Sky's key and unlock this entrance?
Sally's gonna take the key and just be like, well, there's no way through but forwards, and then just unlocks the door.
You push it open because it's one of those. It was like recently installed. It's one of those big steel push doors,
Mhm.
and as you push it open, you're like pushing up and ripping wet carpet from the ground.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, I hate
And
that.
and before the two of you stands nothing. Just that empty square where a painting used to hang and that gauche gauche wallpaper that they put up on the first level to film here, whatever they're filming, some sort of teen drama.
Not
I thought you said
Biverdale.
it worked.
Yeah, Riverdale. Cannon!
Oh my God.
Oh
Riverdale!
no.
I
This
feel like that
wasn't
deserves
like
a laugh. Can I get a laugh for that?
You get
That
a
was
laugh
clever.
for you get a laugh for fucking Riverdale.
That's
no,
better than what
no.
I was thinking. Was that they also used the set to shoot not another teen drama after hours.
Yep.
Oh,
Incredible. So there's no waving Casper the
There's no
Friendly Ghost.
waving little Casper the Friendly Ghost. You turn one way, you turn the other, you just see the hallway, matches up with the blueprint that you're looking at here. And if all goes according to Hoyle, you should turn right, go across the foyer, look at the master staircase, keep going, smoking lounge, then the library with the fireplace. Should be great.
Maybe the ghost waving to me is just waiting for us at the end. It's like a little treasure hunt. We're gonna get a congratulations and a gold star sticker once we get there. Definitely.
I too am trying to stay positive about this situation,
The camera
but
is definitely like worm's eye view, looking up at both of them.
They're so small in this house.
Yeah,
it seems weird to me that the ghost would not still be in here. Like, does the ghost not
No, no,
need
no, 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 no.
help?
You know how like when you find a dog and the dog wants you to follow, so it'll like keep coming like back and forth to like get you to follow. That's definitely what's happening. The ghost wants us to keep going.
Annie,
That's
can
what
you roll a
I'm picking
D6
up
for
right
me?
now. Me?
Uh-huh.
No,
Oh,
Annie.
okay.
4.
Okay. Um, in your moment of talking back and forth about what to do, the current present situation, the wallpaper across from you, but like behind Sky, because Sky's facing you, just slowly
Okay.
slides down, and written in what is very clearly just red marker is "Get out."
I'm going to turn this guy around. Does this look like a friendly ghost to you?
Sky, you just look at the wallpaper.
And I see it there too, right?
Nope. You see
What?
wallpaper.
What?
And in fact, it's just wallpaper.
I mean it's a nice looking set. I mean, I don't know that I would call it corporate friendly. It's not exactly friendly, but it's still, fine.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna use another one. Fuck this. I would like to look in my bag for a Ghostbusters photon
Just a big fucking
Absolutely.
vacuum.
vacuum, yes.
I was
Uh,
actually just thinking about this. If you'll take a laugh, I'll have something else happen with your bag of junk, or you can
sure.
roll. Okay. So
I'm
you
down
go
for
in.
the. Oh, what?
You want to roll it, or you want to take a laugh for something else?
I will roll it because I have 3 laughs.
Got it. Sally's so funny.
Is that just a straight roll?
That is your plus sharp, and then on a 10 plus, you will have
Yes.
exactly what you need.
So that is a 4.
4 total.
oh my God,
Yeah.
Nice. Thank God.
these
All
these
right.
rolls.
We're doing. The kids are all right.
Off to a
Uh,
great start.
you
Oh no.
Hit the
the
ground, like
the
tripping and
camera's
falling.
in your bag and is getting like jostled around, and we very clearly see the ghost fighting equipment, and then you just
Mhm.
pull out a feather duster.
Yeah, yeah, this is exactly what I was looking for and will totally help if that ghost tries to attack us. Yeah, this is fine.
Maybe it has allergies.
Totally.
Sky, at the end of the hallway that you're looking up, you actually see a pale, wet, like sheet sort of dripping at the edge of the hallway.
Like a bed sheet?
Like a bed sheet, just a wet bed sheet dripping at the end of the hallway.
We
I
didn't get all their laundry off the line.
And it's just sort of, it's like slowly meandering towards you. Like very clearly, like the sheet is taking steps, but you don't see like a form underneath. It's
This is
super
everything I could have
goofy,
ever wanted.
but it's the worst. There's no
Definitely.
face holes or anything. It's just like a white bed sheet that's really wet coming
I-
towards you.
I'm
I
gonna
have
point
to
down the
feel like
hallway. I'm gonna point down the hallway and be like, "You see that one, right? There it is. It's exactly like I told you. It's the bed sheet."
Do I see the bed sheet?
You see the wet bed sheet approaching the two of you. Yeah.
Oh, hold on,
Okay.
hold on, hold on. And I'm gonna pull the bed sheet that I took from the basement out and like toss it over my head. Be like, "Hi, how are you?"
Sure.
You know what?
It's a great idea.
I
You know
forgot
what,
we had
Kels?
this.
Roll plus sly.
Oh fuck! I don't think I have a very good slide.
You know what?
Yeah,
Do
that's
you have
just
a
that's
laugh
just
that
a
you can spend?
that's just a flat roll. So we'll
Well,
see.
you always roll hot, so
Mhm.
Yeah.
everyone knows that.
7.
Hey, yeah, this is a success.
That'll do
Barely.
Sweeten the deal. Your target goes along, but only if you offer something. So some examples. You give them assurance that this can't fail. You tell them that your neck is on the line, or you can offer money, greater rewards, or a piece of the pie,
Ooh, okay, okay.
or anything. There is a cost here. It's gonna work, or they're playing along with you.
Okay. I got it. Uh, so I've got the bedsheet on. I'm like, hey, how are ya? Boss sent me in for an inspection. Look, it's going really well here. And he said there's like a raise involved. So you want to like show me around?
The ghost stops, like very quickly flies back to the end of the hallway and points. Like the sheet just moves where as if an arm is underneath it, and the sheet, the wet, sopping wet, dripping bed sheet just points down the hallway toward the foyer.
Is that pointing toward the exit or is that pointing toward the X on our map?
Pointing toward the X on your map. You would need to go through the foyer if you
Okay.
wanted to avoid the deeper parts of the house.
Okay, gotcha. So I'm just gonna go along with it. Look at that. Our friend is gonna show us around. Thanks, man.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna start walking. I'm gonna start following.
Sure. As you walk down the hallway unobstructed, you just clip clop through the wet carpet.
And I'm
Yeah,
trying to
it was
mimic
just
the very like lumbering
very
kind of awkwardness
deliberate.
as the other as the other bedsheet ghost.
I was gonna
Uh,
say, I imagine the art style almost being like those old, like Betty Boop Flesher, like rotoscope
Absolutely.
comics where they got Cab Calloway to be a ghost or a walrus.
Sally,
Ghost.
you realize that as Sky is walking down the hallway, Sky is ever so slightly just lifting up in the air with each step.
Hmm.
And then you just both of you hear the phrase, "Boss gives a raise."
What?
Gives a raise.
Boss gives a raise. Is that what you're saying?
Mhm.
Okay, I just
Oh.
want to make sure I like actually heard correctly. Yeah. There's something about like record profit something or other. He only wants to share it around. It came as a big surprise to the whole staff. Really, I just thought I'd come and see
And
if we can get you
by
guys
the
in
time
on
you
that,
reach
too.
the end of
Oh
the
my
hallway,
God.
you realize that you're just like you're up against the ceiling.
When did I? This is new.
Sky is the worst kind of liar that just can't shut up.
This is. I'm not usually this tall. Right? I'm gonna like look at the ghost, see if the ghost like acknowledges it at all.
The ghost has begun like floating toward the direction that it's pointing with like that. The top half looks like it's like floating through the air, but you see the sheet like taking deliberate steps.
So I'm gonna turn back to Sally and be like, and just keep following.
And you can kind of swim through the air, you realize. Doing frog stroke.
I should grab like a fire extinguisher off the wall somewhere just in case I need to like get away fast.
Yeah, I think that you can reach one, sure.
Rip
Is the sheet walking on the ground kind of like when magic carpet walks on the ground? Like just like
Yes, it's very weird.
Holy jeez, they got James Baxter for this episode?
Yeah.
It's like somebody is just like walking around, like some very tall person is walking around under a sheet, but the person is invisible, but the ghost is visible.
But the ghost is just a wet sheet. So Sally, that's happening. You see Sky's just short, controlled burst down the hallway, and as you are,
I think we're getting a little bit of lag.
Oh no.
Oh no. That's not awesome.
that's not. We might want to take a break.
Totally not.
Yeah, we're gonna cut to a quick break and see if I can figure it out, and we will be back. The ghost definitely has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
All right, we are back, friends. Thank you for your patience. Quick tech error. The ghost has absolutely nothing to do with it, and I think we're good to go.
This stream is 100% not haunted.
Absolutely.
100%.
So as you are led through the foyer by your friend from the other side, the two of you very quickly become aware that the situation is not quite critical. but certainly not in the green, because in the foyer is a myriad, perhaps even a plethora of spooks of all shapes and sizes that are cleaning. They're like using set squeegees to like squeeze the carpet out. The front door is open. It's so cold in here now. And there's a bunch of white sheets flying around, dusting things, pressing the carpet, and otherwise just regarding you silently.
That, I mean, that sounds normal to me. Every building's got a cleaning crew.
Wait, if they're sheets, how can you tell that they're regarding you? They're the same on each side.
There is a strange impression of a face-ish.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Okay.
That's so much worse.
Yeah.
I just figured that maybe they were like the fitted sheets and stuff, so you could actually tell.
So there's the majority of them just look like white sheets that are just draped over something that is vaguely moving. The ones that are staring at Sky and Sally, however, have a face shape.
I hate that. I hate that a lot.
And they're very wet.
So okay, question. As they are cleaning up the sopping mess that we're definitely not going to tell them that we created,
Of course not. Yeah.
Mhm.
are they becoming less visible? Like, are they cleaning up the stuff that makes them visible, or are they just kind of they're still there?
They are still present. It seems that they're more focused on getting things dry.
Okay, okay. So I'm just gonna kind of give it a look that's like, just keep going. Maybe they're just doing their job, you know? I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to be bothered on my night shift.
Okay. You continue to follow that one big shape leading you through the foyer. You march around through a series of hallways. It is very clear that this portion of the house has not been used for filming recently. It doesn't have a sprinkler system in it, and it is remarkably clean, despite how old and not lived in everything looks. And there's still family portraits on the wall. As you walk past Abernathy the Fourth, you feel and see the eyes moving in the portrait.
Okay.
And
Haunted
it's
house
finally,
is haunted.
yep, haunted house, haunted. As you walk past the mirror, you don't see yourselves. And it is when you are greeted with the beautiful shrine and portrait of Abernathy Senior, the founder of the old Abernathy Gold Company. You you can see that this visage of this severe looking Englishman is very much frowning at you actively. And the ghostly white sheet nods in deference to the portrait and then points into the smoking room and just says the word in a near voiceless whisper, "Boss."
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
I
And is
don't know if
that
it's
room
worse.
is that room with the X's?
You have to go through the smoking room to get to the library where the X is in that fireplace.
What do we think the X is again? Is that was just
It's something
That
that
was-
it's something that the cop, what's his name? The detective.
wind?
Wint. That's something that Wint marked off. That the map is from his place.
Okay. All right. Uh-huh.
Okay, you grabbed an extra sheet too, right?
Yes.
Okay, here's my idea. You also put on a sheet, and we just kind of,
Uh-huh.
we just, go about our business with their like very like quiet nodding, gesturing. We pretend like we're one of them, right? We just float on through, and maybe boss won't even notice.
Just keep the charade going.
We have almost literally no other options, so sure, why not?
Okay.
If
Sally's gonna put on her sheet.
it
Uh,
worked for Shrek, it'll work for y'all.
exactly. So I'm gonna, I'm
Exactly.
gonna,
Exactly.
I'm gonna give a little nod to our tour guide and be like, "Thank you." The higher ups are gonna hear about this. They're gonna be really happy.
Okay, great. The door soundlessly opens for you as this thing gestures at it.
Hmm.
The big brass handle pushes open, the carpet curiously not wet, and as the door opens, it becomes pleasantly warm, then a bit too hot. And as you look into the smoking room, where guests often lounged in times gone by, you see a cadre of ghostly white skeleton tunes playing soundless music off in the corner. Books are rearranging themselves, and the one thing you do notice in the room, other than the figure standing in front of the lightless, actually sitting in a recliner in front of the lightless fireplace that is still casting this bizarre warmth, two things. The smell of brimstone and thousands of rolled contracts with various names on them floating around the room.
God, it really has become a Flesher cartoon.
Can I see any of the names on them of the ones that are like nearby me?
Sure, just roll a quick sharp.
Oh, I have a great shirt. 9.
With a nine, I'll give you two. You see, very quickly, you see Wint Tingle go by on one of these contracts, and you also see Beaumont Ignatius Stone fly by.
Oh my god!
And there's a figure sitting in this big armchair back to you in front of this lightless but clearly roaring fire, and the heat is oppressive.
and and we need to go like through this room to another one to get to the X, or the X is the
It,
fireplace.
there is a fireplace in here that shouldn't be.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
The library is accessible to your left-hand side as you step into the smoking room. It's just as simple as opening another door.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And as you regard this room and all the activity, the ghostly skeleton band stops.
No.
The
Oh.
figure's
Hmm.
head like looks at them and they start up again, but you don't hear any music.
Hmm.
Oh.
And
Okay.
there's like a skeleton that has no lips, just soundlessly playing the flute.
Um. I'm just gonna shuffle to the left, like the
Yep.
ghosts are
Staying
moving.
against the wall.
Could I get some cools from the two of you?
Great.
Oh.
Awesome.
Ugh. God.
Just use all the stats there, Sky. Annie,
That's a
what you got?
12.
uh,
Okay.
well, that's a straight roll for me for cool, and I rolled a 5.
Cool, cool, cool. With a 12, you do the thing. You even look good while doing it. Sky Howard, you're a ghost. You're a ghost.
I'm a ghost.
You're a ghost.
I'm a
You're a
freaking
wet
ghost.
ghost
I'm a
They
in
wet
a
have more
ghost.
giant
practice
mansion
than I did,
full of wet ghosts.
Wet ghost.
And as you're walking by, resisting the urge to snatch these contracts from the air, I'm sure,
And just read
you
all
see
of
other
them.
names. You see other names. You see names like Harry the Green Piglet, and you see other names like insert Bugs Bunny, and you see another name, vague Disney reference,
Eerily similar to, but legally distinct from.
legally distinct, even more legally distinct than Vision Animations. But you make it to the other door and you have your hand on it when you hear, Sally, what is it that draws the attention of the figure in the chair that was reading?
Um, so as Sally is like shuffling by, she gets to like where the band is silently playing. Let's just say one of the guys is playing, he's going ham on the cello. And she unfortunately does not see the stand part on the cello, and so she trips and is not silent when she trips and falls flat on her face.
Yep. So you trip, fall flat on your face onto this disturbingly warm carpet, which is not a sensation I'm familiar with, but Sally now is.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
But you make a loud crash. The band stops and they like look up. Even these ghost skeletons manage to look afraid as the figure folds the newspaper that it was reading, and the fire flares behind it. And you see stepping from the chair, standing to a full height of some 6 or 7 feet, Folsom in a stately robe, eerily similar to the one that the first Abernathy was wearing. But you're not looking at Mr. Abernathy. You're looking at the cartoon devil.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he licks his pointer finger and his pinky finger and runs them on the edge of his little horns.
No.
And he goes, in a voice that sounds like a mix of my own voice that I'm going to be doing for the Cartoon Devil, as well as the voices of anyone that you've loved the most but treated the worst.
Oh,
This idea is so cool. Eddie, do you like have anything in the holster for who that might be for Sally? Someone who you really liked and cared about, but maybe that you took advantage of for the sake of your career, or you just took for granted?
hmm. I don't know because I feel like Sally often is the underdog in the
Yeah.
situation.
Mhm.
If there is someone, she probably is not aware of who they are because
Oh,
she's too busy like trying to
grinding.
do her own thing and get her own stuff off the ground to realize that she's like treating someone poorly.
Hmm.
She is self-absorbed.
So you hear the voice of your first PA,
Mm.
That
who
sounds
like
about right.
in this noise of coming out of the Cartoon Devil, you realize loved you and now hates you. And
That hurts.
yep, you
Ugh.
hear this, and the voice speaks. This figure staring at Folsom, only 8 feet tall now, maybe, but taking up the room with a cast of shadow, illuminated by what you assume possibly are the fires of hell behind
Yeah.
it. The cartoon devil stares at you, and as he talks, the just smoke comes out of his nose. Well, Sally, I never expected to meet you here.
You know, I could say almost the exact same thing.
I imagine I'm only a guest, just visiting the house. They're an old friend, and like the boards shudder as this creature steps one step closer to you. But I think, like all meetings at crossroads, this is a fortuitous moment.
Oh no, 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 no,
Sally's gonna pull out
I
her X and now.
I think that we can, and you see just like the smallest extra pointed teeth, help each other.
I don't think I have anything to offer you, and you certainly have nothing to offer me. So if we could just be going, and she's gonna try and like
Was that
get over towards the
was that a use of the royal we, or are you not alone?
The royal we, as I, Sally Sable, am known to speak in.
Can you roll me a
Uh,
slide, please, Annie?
God damn it.
And, you
and,
know, Sally, you have really good instincts as an actress, but your problem is your character work. Have you thought about doing
oh,
regional
okay.
theater for a while?
That would be an 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, the devil's going to go along with it, but I'm going to hold a card for future badness.
Oh boy.
Or you
Love to
can
hear
offer the
that.
devil something to distract him. Up to you. Them, it.
What could I possibly offer the devil?
Maybe
Actually, I know that this seems very gratuitous for you,
Like
but
pointing his beard.
I I have a proposition for you. I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware, but right now there is a meeting happening of some of the the higher ups in this realm. And I'm sure that if you wanted to make, a clean sweep of some bigwigs, that would be a great chance for you to do that.
Well, I'm just so touched you came all this way to deliver that information to little old me, Sally.
Well, yeah. Yep, that's why I'm here.
That is a tasty morsel. Tell you what, you take something there for me and give it to a friend of mine. And I'll forget I ever saw you for now.
Can I ask whom I would be giving it to?
Absolutely. What's a messenger without a destination? I think I'd want you to deliver a marker of mine to a certain piglet, I think. It just does a come here beckon with his long finger. And you see like Harry the Green Piglet in the devil's handwriting that you know is the devil's handwriting the moment you look at it. And you
you're
stare in the face of this thing that you might not believe is real. And you look at this contract that the devil pulled over, and he just in an ostentatious display of smoke. This is a little coin, and it's a present for Harry. And I think Harry's going to be there.
Okay, let me just. Sally's going to take a little moment to do her little pep talk here. On the one hand, you would be saving yourself, and that is very important right now. On the other hand, you would be doing someone else. But also, on the other hand, if Harry the Piglet is there, he's probably not a good Toon. So maybe, I mean,
could okay. I have an idea for something, but I want to run this by you, Mike.
Sure.
I want to, like, be present to help like Sally in this situation. And I think I know a way that Cyril could be there. If and I think I know how to do this. I kind of want like an angel Cyril and a devil Cyril to like manifest on either side of Sally's shoulders. Could I do
Goes
that with the
without
zany
saying.
roll?
Goes without saying. That's such a good idea. Yeah. Um, so you see Cyril Seta in a beautiful little angelic gown, tiny little wings, and a gossamer crown, a halo, I think they're called. And on the other side, you just see Cyril Seta.
Oh. God, Cyril Seda just like looks over and is wearing like the exact same like get up khakis, like Fair Isle like sweater vest, like nice press shirt. It just like looks and goes, "What? Really? Oh man, I feel like the producer has it out for me here." Oh boy. Hey Sally. It looks like you're about to make a major decision both in business and in your life here in Bivdale.
Mhm.
So what's the scoop, dear? I see that you have managed to find your way to every single sad sack know nothing's favorite place to be, which is in front of the Toon Devil. Congratulations for reaching rock bottom, by the way.
Not my fault, actually.
Oh, oh, well then I guess a better person would rescind that scathing tirade. Anyway, um
Look, are you going to tell me that I shouldn't bring the marker to Harry the Pig?
oh no, you absolutely need to screw Harry over. It's the only way that you're gonna make it. Um
Oh, okay. Well, I will absolutely bring the marker to Harry the Piglet.
Bit of advice though, dear.
Hmm.
So I you know, you I feel like I don't say this enough. You're not any real sack of garbage whenever it comes to, the biz. I really do think you have good instincts and you're a worker and you can't teach that, you know.
The devil nods sagely.
But you're going to have to come to terms with one of the main aspects of working in this business. There are lots of people who can work, and there are lots of people who can act. And you can do everything correctly and still wind up crashing and burning. And you can either choose to accept that and then, maybe, try for a teaching position, at a drama school or anything like that, if you're a real loser. Or you decide to take things into your own hands. But once you make that decision, you have to live with what it does to you. Anyway, yeah, you're absolutely gonna have to screw Harry over, and no love lost. He doesn't even know who you are. So
Has Angel
You're not wrong.
Cyril said anything? Or,
No, I think
or is he just like standing to the side, like filing his nails?
so. For a moment, Angel Cyril is like gonna object, but then takes out a cigarette, lights it on the halo. Now the
yeah,
thing is, you really got to worry about deer. I've, he's right, but like he said, the problem is you got to learn to live with the monster that you become.
I think that I will cross that bridge when I get to it, and Sally's
Or
gonna just
burn
like
it.
flick them both off her shoulder.
but both of them just
Um,
kind of like laugh and point at each other.
You're a bigger piece of shit.
so Sally's gonna turn to the devil and say, "Okay, this is with zero other strings attached, right?
I wouldn't know how to attach strings if you asked me.
I don't believe you. You see?"
Okay.
So she pulls out the like the wooden stick with the circle X on it. This is why I have this. I am doubting you right now. Um, but she's gonna take the marker.
The moment that you do, it just burns the devil's little logo into your palm for a second, and then it goes away.
Okay.
Consider us square, and if you would be a deer, tell Mr. Howard to be careful with the crowbar.
Yep. Will do. If you don't mind, I do have some unfinished business. So I
We all do, don't we?
don't we all? So I'm just gonna go if you
Just
want
in
to
a
like
flash, the
go.
devil is reading the newspaper in the chair again.
Okay, okay.
And the band is playing again, and then the skeleton maestro looks at you, Sky, and just goes, just starts gesturing at the door.
Oh no.
Sally's just
yeah.
sort of standing there.
Yeah.
She's not moving
I
till the
have
door
a
is open.
I have a quick question.
Sure, sure, sure.
Does Sally start hearing the music that the skeletons are playing?
Yes.
No,
Oh.
no.
It's really, really, really jazzy.
Oh my gosh.
Good. Of course
God
it
damn.
is. I'm
The devil likes
stressed.
one thing.
I'm
Mhm.
stressed.
You're red. I love it.
You're
I haven't
stressed.
laughed.
I'm stressed.
I haven't laughed this hard during a game in a really long time. Yeah, I'm just fucking scooting through that last door. I don't want to be around this Joker for any longer than I have to be.
Yeah.
Jesus, Michael, way to bury the lead about all of this mystery solving leading directly to Satan.
Listen,
Right?
listen. He said he's not even in charge. Look, the house is alive. The house is in charge. The
Exactly.
house containing the brimstone fireplace is hell itself. Like, we are literally in the bad place right now, and we are not in
literally in hell.
charge. Capitalism is the bad place. That's the lesson here. Take
Well,
that
geez,
home
dear,
with
I
your
could have
kids.
told you that.
Come on now. So the moment the two of you push through the door into the cold, not wet, but empty library, you see dozens, maybe a couple hundred of empty shelves, the ladder that has just so very, very recently stopped moving. And
Like,
you
just as we
look,
walked in the room?
just as you walked in, like something was moving it, but you don't see any ghosts. And the door closes behind you. And in that last moment before it does, you no longer feel the fire or smell the brimstone, yoki smell. And you see a cloth wrapped, or it should, tarped sitting room accoutrement, and a big grandfather clock, stairs and little ladders up to the various bookshelves, and a little like solarium up on the second level of the library that lets in a bunch of natural light were it daytime.
This is a gorgeous
Um,
fucking
it,
library.
yes, in this wonderful nighttime, however, you see only the moon, and underneath the moon, hit with some gorgeous lunar incandescence, the ashy, empty fireplace of the Abernathy estate, and sitting lovingly, as if left for you, a trusty crowbar, one that you recognize.
Well,
Why do I
Sky.
recognize it?
It's Wince.
I am very curious as to how I know that it is Wint's crowbar and not literally any other crowbar picked up off of a Home Depot shelf.
Oh,
It
because
says Tingle.
he had his name etched in
Okay.
there, like you should with
Okay.
all of your tools.
Okay.
Everybody,
you're right.
if
That's
you're
exactly
ever on
right.
a job site.
And you know what? I taught him that, so I really should have been. I really should have known.
That's today's PSA. Everyone, make sure to engrave your
Etch
name in
your
your
stuff.
tools.
Yeah. So the devil can put it in the right fireplace. That's the lesson.
Yeah. So what are we using this crowbar on then?
You asked me as if I knew there was going to be a crowbar here.
Well, the devil knew that you were going to use the crowbar, so I assumed that you knew what we were going to use it on.
Yeah. Well, he's the devil. I am just here. I saw an X on the map.
He's the devil, we're just here, is the subtitle for the episode.
I was thinking that one TikTok audio in my head that's like, well, I'm the devil from the Bible, so.
The illustrated still for the episode title is just like teeny tiny little Sky and little Sally like tiptoeing around the massive like forced perspective like armchair.
Oh no. Oh, no.
And I forgot to say at the top,
Oh.
the name of the final episode is Made with Love.
Oh, good lord. All right.
What?
I don't know. know. I feel like I shouldn't touch it. I feel like I shouldn't pick up. Like, do you have? Hold on. I'm gonna pull out some gloves. Some of my evidence gloves. I'm not touching that shit with my bare hands. Ever.
That's cute.
Yeah,
That you think that'll change something.
I'm doubling up on the
Sally
gloves.
now marked by the devil.
I'm doubling up on the rubber gloves, and I'm putting like leather, like welder's gloves over top of those.
Sure. You're
before
creeping
I
up.
get anywhere near it.
Put on your welder's mask too. Why not?
But
and your blacksmith's apron.
And then over
and
top
your
of all
your
of that,
football,
I have a pair
like
of
shoulder pads.
Over top of that, all of that, I have a pair of green oven mitts with little frog eyes sewn on the top.
So, like, if a football player was also a hazmat worker, is what you look like, and welding equipment topped with oven mitts, which somehow makes Sky like 4 feet tall, like you're wearing like a mech suit of cloth.
Of various fireproof abilities.
And you look at this cold, empty fireplace, and you see a crowbar, and you look down, and in this moonlight that is so bright, you can see a stone that doesn't belong.
Why doesn't it belong?
Doesn't match up to the shape of the rest of the floor of this fireplace.
Like a secret button?
It's off color. Doesn't look like it's mortared in or treated.
Oh, I can tell you this one. It's actually like painted on the cell as opposed to like
Yes, exactly. You can tell.
Oh, God, I wanna touch it so bad.
We've already come this far. Sky, I'm marked by the devil. Just do the thing.
Okay, as I hear Sally screaming, I'm marked by the devil, just do it. Just all right,
Sally.
And I just
Thanks for keeping it.
I like grab the crowbar with one oven mitt and I just like slam down on the brick button with the other.
The brick breaks apart, and underneath you can see, covered in like dust and the rubble from the brick that you just popped, a black, like almost like it's made out of the material of the black box, like just a very Vanta black, even difficult to see in this dark fireplace lockbox that's like underneath the fireplace here.
Ooh.
And there's like a holographic engraving that's just WT.
Hoo hoo hoo. Oh ho ho. I like this. So what are they like? Can I like? Do we have time to like open it now, or should I take it with me? What's our?
You could very easily reach down through the hole you've created, grab it, and you think pop it open because you just see latches.
Okay, question about the hole that you have just mentioned. Is it like dark and I can't see what else is in there or how big it is, or is it literally like just the lockbox fits in there?
It is just the lockbox that fits under there.
All right. I'm gonna pull it out then.
Pull it out. Feels really heavy, but you're a cartoon. A human person not surviving that encounter. But yeah, you drop this thunking lockbox, and you look at clearly Wint Tingle's black box.
And when it hits the ground, you hear the sound of like those old school cartoon pianos hitting something.
Yes.
Yeah, just the discordant kong.
Yeah.
And exactly. Actually, as it makes contact, the latches tentatively, just temptingly open.
Oh my gosh.
But it doesn't flop open. It requires some sort of manual exertion on your part.
Are we just a question for GM? Are we cutting to a break soon? Is that what we're leading up to?
We are.
Okay.
I have one other narration before we do.
Okay, I was gonna say. So as Sky like reaches and is just like ready to look at all these fucking secrets and documentation, just like very slowly opens it up and like gold light like spills out of it and you like see it from the backside and there's light and I'm just like staring at it as I look inside.
It's just the suitcase from Pulp Fiction.
It is.
It like glows from the inside.
Royale
the audience
with
can't see what it is.
And we cut from the Abernathy Mansion's library and we find Kip Hopperman for some reason wearing a Stetson that matches his new dark overcoat that is too long for him, and he's standing under the one streetlight that's working in this part of Little Sketch as he makes his way back toward the studios. Going to take the back roads, not even going to ride the monorail. And as you're
Uh,
standing under the streetlight, what are you doing?
the like the shot this way, like it's just like I got the Stetson and like there's rain coming down and it's like
And
like
it's not
but
actually
when the
raining.
camera but when the
Yeah, but
camera
it's not
comes the
raining.
other side, it's there's like just it's bright sunny outside, there's like birds out.
There's a
There's like
flower
a
shop
rainbow.
owner.
Yeah.
Oh, hey
Like
there,
it's just
Kip. How
like
you doing?
it's just right around my head. Like it's just and I'm
Okay,
staring
see
at
you later, Kip.
and I'm just looking up at the studio.
As you
Uh,
cross the street, you look at a car and you make it stop, and the driver's trembling.
it is, yeah, absolutely. And every single star. I don't even look. I'm just walking across. You ever have that jaywalker who doesn't even pay attention? They're just like, I've got my hands in my pocket.
Every
just
student
walking
on
across.
every college campus ever, yes.
Yes.
There's that. Yeah, I get across and I start just heading straight in. And I grab. Are the protesters still there?
Yeah, the protesters are still outside. You look at the guerrilla security.
Yeah, I grab one of the protester signs. What is the message on it?
Right to work, but it's spelled wrong.
Okay, right to work. And I go up to the gorilla security. Does he stop me? Does he recognize me?
I think Otto looks at you and like for a moment, uh, Mr. Hopperman?
And I just like smack him upside the head with it.
Gorilla teeth
and,
spatter across the screen.
and it like leaves an imprint of the words on his face. Like,
But backwards.
yep.
Whoa.
And I keep walking straight in. I go past the rubble of Studio 4
Yep.
as everyone's starting to rebuild it. Um, what was the donkey name again?
Numsy.
Numsy. I think Numsy's there.
I think you hope to find Numsy,
Oh,
and
okay.
Numsy
Numsy
would be
is
at the
not
meeting,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Numsy's not there. Okay. Yeah, I hope to find Numsy there. But no, they're not there. But I start climbing up to the accounting office. Because that's just the way up to Stone's office as
Yes,
well.
that's Stone's office.
Yeah.
And as you wait for the executive elevator that you know the code to.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. There's like I punch it and I just go just like
Just
slam
punch
it,
the-
which
We have
which my hand just was like boop, 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 boop.
We have unintentionally created this multiverse's most horrible, powerful villain. Because Kip knows everything.
So as you crunch the oh my god, the code lock, the elevator begins to slowly descend, and we're left with Kip's grimacing face and a natural look on this beautiful, cute cartoon kangaroo. What, if any, wisdom do you leave us with as we go to break?
I think as I as I'm still in the elevator. I don't think I get to the top of the elevator. I'm still just in there, and I just like I'm like grinding my teeth, and it's just like coming off with shavings off to the side, and I just look at the camera and go, go to your dentist every, at least once a year.
A Tune to Die For. We'll be right back.
Do 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 do.
Hello, we are back. We're gonna finish up our awesome, wacky, zany, groundbreaking, hell-raising finale of A Tune to Die For.
Literally
um,
groundbreaking and literally hell-raising.
yeah, I'm gonna send it back over to the GM.
Well, if you look at that, it's me still, Mike. Hi. We had a very fun encounter just now, and everyone feels good about it.
Fun.
So
Yeah.
last we left off, poor Kip Hopperman was dealing with the crushing weight of being known, and was ascending, now arriving at the executive suite and office and possible apartment of Beaumont Ignatius Stone, unbeknownst, of course, to Mr. Kip Hopperman, his location of captivity and possibly his final resting place. The doors iris open and you behold the executive suite. A weird set of feng shui going on in here with a like a micro 70s atelier just attacked this suite. It's very strange in here and the vibes are very much off. But it is somehow modern, somehow 70s, and very fancy.
Zero would totally be at home here.
Yep. Yeah, you would be. Is there a disco ball anywhere?
You see a button on a pedestal over in like the sunken lounge, and there is a set of buttons that says
There's
mood.
I'm very happy that there is a sunken lounge. We need to bring that back because that's really cool. I
The pedestal
appreciate
says,
that.
you could see from where you are, mood, sexy party, disco party, really sexy party.
As I walk
There's
past
one button that's been taped over that says Ernest Board 9.
his board, and I'm walking past with my just kind of like grumble at it as I'm not interested in that. And then like, and I look around and I yell, "Stop!"
And your voice is the only company that greets you as you hear it echo just once, and you realize like there's just this big glass walls that you realize can be like obfuscated. The entire like exterior of the executive suite is at the top of this tower, and with a press of a button you can just like shade the whole apartment. And yeah, you're looking around and there's just apparently no one here and no noise or reaction apparently to your shout or accusation.
So I go over to his to the desk. Is there any computer equipment, or is there any tossed paperwork?
There's no tossed paperwork, but you can see that the unit that he uses when he does do any work is actually attached to this desk. It's like folded in.
Oh, so like you have to press the button and it goes kind
Yeah.
of like in Fifth Element.
Yes. You think it might be the actual set piece from Fifth Element.
Oh,
You
nice.
know,
Yeah,
I personally preferred Third Element, but no one likes to talk about
God
it too
damn
much.
it.
I sit down like God damn technology. I just I just see a bunch of buttons underneath the table and just like press like three of them at once.
Roll a d6.
It'd be a 3.
The computer irises welcome screen. Hello, Mr. Stone.
I just like I tap the screen a little bit. Stone. Do I see the keyboard that comes up with it?
Yeah, the keyboard.
And I just okay, all right. I just hit the enter button.
And it logs you in.
Yep. Oh, all right. What do I see on this on the main part of the screen?
You just see a picture of Stone in some part of like mountainous part of China where he's like backpacking and he's like waving back at the camera. He has his own computer background.
Sure. Yeah. Why not?
This is when he was a little bit younger and he didn't have the full like twisty mustache. He was at that time a looker.
Are you saying that Beaumont Ignatius Stone wasn't a looker now?
I think he might do it for somebody.
I start messing with with any of the files or folders that are on the desk. In particular, anything that might seem like anything that might be location based. Like if I see any um charges for hotels.
Make me a sharp.
All right.
Somewhere Sky Howard is going. Someone's sleuthing. Someone that's not me.
I'm so impressed. I'm sitting here like, oh my god, you're being so investigative. Wow.
That would be an 8.
Ooh. All right. You can ask me one question. I imagine you're looking for.
I'm looking for any receipts for recent hotels. So do I see anything of that nature?
Yes. You see that there is an invoice for an event at Mount Biv Ski Lodge and Resort happening tonight in actually just over an hour.
Ah, and
A very large invoice with a lot of people like earmarked.
so do I just see is it in a file folder with anything else in it? Or do I just, all I see is just the invoice?
You see an invoice. He has like a folder that you just happen to tap open.
Okay.
That's just labeled business expenses.
Okay.
But it's not on the desktop. It's like actually like hidden inside another set of folders, like program files 86. He's got it hidden under like his Steam login.
Not a secret folder. You'd think you could find a better place for it. And I reach into the screen and grab the invoice, and I just like fold it up and put it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful.
Is your cartoon
and stuff it into my overalls, like.
Yeah.
And I just
hear
like
the sound of a
slam.
rubber band snapping as it comes out of the screen.
You stuff it in the
yeah,
overalls
you
and
press
it all
the
of a
computer
sudden
down.
becomes part of like the
Yeah, I press it down and it won't go down.
Yeah, it won't go down. You break it.
I think because I have to force it, it like breaks the hinge on it, so now it won't come up at all.
Roll another d6.
Now it's a tablet. You did him a favor.
That would be a 5.
The moment you like crack the computer, it sets off whatever wiring is also in the desk, and you see the liquor cabinet twists in the wall and like becomes a Murphy bed that flops open, and like a disco ball descends from the ceiling, and like love music starts playing.
Oh,
and on the love bed
Don't call
is
it
the
that.
supine, bound and gagged form of the formerly vivacious Beaumont Ignatius Stone, now a little wan, a little sick looking, and a little just gagged in his own love bed. I'm going to keep calling it that, unfortunately, for that is what it is.
okay.
Over the speaker, you hear, "Mr. Borgnine, it's great to see you
No!
again."
It's great to see you again.
No!
That's a laugh for sure.
Yep, indeed.
Anybody want it?
I am going to say I only care about right now hurting Mr. Stone.
Sure.
I only see Mr. Stone right now. So I'd like to use
the mood has
my
become
grudge
dicey
move
for Mr. Stone.
Yeah, my grudge move, Huckleberry.
Oh my
god. Which means I roll with cool. That would be an 8.
All right, and a 7 to 9. Yep.
Yeah, on a 7 to 9, I don't lift a finger. I just stare, and I tell my target what kind of person they are and how little I have left to lose. My attacker must choose a different target, which they can't target, or we end the grudge match. But they're lucky. Had I gotten another 2, I could have just committed violence off screen.
It's true, but you didn't have it in you. You didn't have it in you to do
I
it.
didn't have it in me.
It
As
just,
I
like,
walk over,
cuts to black and like the music starts playing again.
pretty much. I mean, I technically still have a laugh. I could give myself +3.
Good. Up to you, Machete.
Hmm.
I'll give you another laugh if you don't kill Beaumont Ignatius Stone.
No, I'm not.
Please,
Well, no, I
please
don't. I don't
find
kill.
mercy.
I don't kill people. As I walk over there, I see Beaumont come out. I mean, and he's all wrapped up,
Yep.
and I like get just this like actual flames come out of my eyes. Boxing gloves come back on my hands, and I'm heading back over there. And I go back into that same speech I was given last time. I was like, I can't believe you're creating toons, killing toons. You. And I think out of my little pocket, I have just this little me come out and just jumps up and holds my glove back, and it's just my conscience, because they
That
noticed something
overworked-
I didn't. My
That
overworked
little guy.
conscience,
Yeah.
because he pays attention to everything.
It's a
And
metaphor.
it's a metaphor. Sky, I think I want you to play my conscience.
That's not a good idea.
That's totally a good idea.
I was the one
Stab
trying
him
to
in the
get you
eyes.
to push him over the railing in the first place.
Well, you created my conscience in the first place.
Oh, great. Awesome. Okay, I know exactly how this is going to work then. So, teeny tiny little Kip. Hey, wait a second. You got to think about this. He has information.
What do you mean information? And I got like just looking at you with the fist in my face. What do you mean information?
Information that would prove him guilty in a court of law, probably.
A toon court of law would just be a kangaroo court.
Well,
That's a laugh for more shoddy. That's another laugh for more shoddy, folks. Jot it down.
I love that. But think about the documentation. Think about all of the connections that can be made. How many other crimes and mysteries could be solved based on the information that he has? What about Wint? Think about Wint.
About when?
He probably knows what happened to Wint.
Wint. Fine. Why do you always get me into these things? And I just like, oof. All right,
Talk
grab
to the union
Beaumont.
rep.
You and I are gonna have a serious talk about this afterwards. And I grab Beaumont and I just and I stuff him into my front pocket.
Oh no, you're giving him access to the Kit multiverse.
The Kip multiverse.
He's gonna turn into a multiversal conqueror.
And I look at my little Kip and it's like, you're in charge of him. And I stuff you back.
So by the time Stone comes back out, whenever he does get pulled back, if he ever gets pulled back out, he'll be like well fed. He'll be like finishing a bowl of soup.
Yeah, he's gonna be great.
Looking
They will
back
have
to
shaved
kind
the
of normal.
mustache off.
Yeah, clean shaven.
So we cut now back to the haunted Abernathy place, and we see Sky and Sally Sable regarding the glowing box and its contents. And you see before you. Actually, let me just ask, Kip, you're on your way to Mount Biv, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I look around and as I'm heading out, like, since I have Beaumont, since like I've gotten, and I'm like, okay, I gotta my curiosity's gotten the better of me, and well, Sarah's always talking about Ernest Borgnine, and I take the tape off and I like go to press
No.
the button, and that's when the scene shifts.
We now we cut back over to the Abernathy place. The two of you see in this black box lockbox a number of things. There appears to be like a tablet, like a PDA in there. There is a series of cassette tapes that are labeled with different dates. They're like stacked too high, so there's like 7 and 7, so 14 cassette tapes. There is like a little, basically what amounts to like a music player with like tiny little headphones wrapped up. That's there as well. And there is a reel from a failed cartoon called Kick in the Head, starring one Numsy the donkey. And of course, the last thing that you see is a tiny little camcorder.
So by music player, do you mean like not a cassette,
Not specifically a cassette
not a
player. You see
Walkman?
like an iPad mini
Ah, hmm.
or an
Quick
iPod
out of
maybe.
game tech note. We do know that Cyril's camera has gone dark.
Yes,
They're
we
out
are
running a
aware.
very quick errand. We'll be back.
Yeah,
They'll be
shut
right
up,
back.
more shoddy.
But
uh,
Kiki.
it it looks like evidence, like blackmail evidence.
Hmm. Why would he have blackmail evidence though? That's not the way that went operated, I thought.
Well, maybe Wint didn't have it. I mean, if it was marked on the map, he was looking for it. I think
Mm.
Mister Fancy Pants in there is the one blackmailing everyone.
You do recall there is holographically on the top of this box his initials went Tingle.
Yeah,
WT.
Right.
like I think it was like stolen from him, and there's possibly something in here that also incriminates him. I
Well,
hope.
I feel like we won't know that if we don't
Watch all of it
also
right now.
look. Yes, yes, I think we should do that.
I think that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Whoever wants to can make a sly. I'm sorry, a sharp, and you can take +1 from the person helping.
Go for it.
So 9 total.
Okay, I believe that's just one question. And I'll give you other information that would become apparent to you in the course of listening to it. But let me tell you what everything is so you're better informed.
Mm-hmm.
The cassettes are joined by a sworn deposition by one Pumpernickel Colby, the accounting receptionist over at Vision Animations.
Oh.
They are recordings of minutes from Stone's meetings with a bunch of shareholders, investors, and members of what Stone on recording refers to as that funny little cabal. And in this deposition, Pumpernickel Colby breaks down who these shareholders and investors are, what their interests are, and how much money and from where um, like was set aside and staked to get this deal through. And this is very much a not legal deal. This is them dividing up Cartoon World without the use of courts, without the use of contracts. This is a pure backroom studio to studio deal. Um, it indicates that GL Garfield, the owner of GLG Entertainment, is also involved and knows. Beaumont Ignatius Stone knows, and everyone who throws the money knows. It indicates that there is a cabal of 3 corporate lawyers named Colton Mercury, Linda Zwanger, and Numsy the Donkey, who are orchestrating the deal,
I knew it.
with Numsy fingered as the kingpin, at least in Pumpernickel's deposition here. The plan is, and we will reiterate when Kiki returns, when Grishka comes back, the plan is that not only any Toon that wants to work in Bivdale, but in the entire country has to pay for the opportunity, live on studio property, and instead of any compensation or rate, they are given a studio controlled budget to support themselves. And just a funny little tidbit that their image, likeness, and voice are studio property in perpetuity.
There's no way that's legal.
That's several violations of the Geneva Convention.
They're going to recontract every Toon, and it's going to be in the fine print. The second thing that you quickly realize you have is a recording that the Toon Julius Caesar made after cozying up to Beaumont Ignatius Stone regarding season 3 of Why So Serious Caesar. He argued for better pay for every cast member and member of tech. And he threatened to walk the whole production to a smaller indie studio if Stone didn't agree to higher pay and wages for the cast of Why So Serious Caesar. And on recording, you can hear Stone saying that Julius won't have to worry about season 3. It's a veiled threat, but it's a threat.
Oh my god.
The reels, there is the reel here from the failed spin-off of Nunzi the Donkey called Kick in the Head, where Nunzi the Donkey became a cowboy. It's unclear how Wint planned to leverage this, but there is an illegal reel in here. And finally, on the camcorder, there are weeks and weeks worth of footage of Kip picking up money from the meat market and dropping it off to Beaumont Ignatius Stone in various locations all throughout Bivdale, through his liaison on the east side of the boulevard. And this footage concludes Wint recording his final thoughts on the case about who's culpable, how to take them down, and where they're going to be on today's date. And the last remark from Wint Tingle, as he just sort of looks tired, this cartoon, vaguely Elmer Fudd looking, like, but also kind of looks like a cartoon worm, a guy in like his little house sweater, and he's packed a pipe that he is absentmindedly holding but not smoking. And he's just waxing poetic on like the nature of this case. And there's something hanging him up. And it's that the Toons were being disappeared because they were threatening to walk, because they were being used. He didn't know, you gather from reviewing the evidence in the few hours or so that you spend doing so, or the like 30 or 45 minutes you spend doing so. It's not clear that he knew that there was the print on demand press over on the river that you all happened to stumble into. Wint wasn't sure why Toons were being disappeared all over the city, and this was happening for months prior to all of this, like breaking news to you all. But what he can't figure out is who's killing the humans, who's killing real people, and that's his hang-up. That I have this, and this is important, and this is good. But what I think is going to be my last case, I didn't crack it. I don't know who's doing this. And in reviewing Wint's notes that you also find here, a lot of the killings of Toons are not being done with whiteout, which is something that you knew but wasn't a matter of public record sky. The police always assumed that the method of execution for Wint was the same, and that's been the public statement, that all the Toons have been whited out, all the people have been slashed. But Wint admits, my final act on this earth, maybe, and I couldn't get him. And kind of sits there for a moment and turns the camera off.
Didn't
And
you
that's everything you find in here.
didn't you say in the very first, like when we were very first looking through Brent's apartment, didn't you say his pipe was missing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so more evidence than blackmail. This fills in so many plot holes. I if this all if this all comes to light, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't, Kip's gonna be roped into this and
Yeah.
associated with all of it.
Yeah.
Like as like the main accomplice doing
I,
all of the
well,
legwork.
he was an accomplice.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I was delivering this stuff.
Do we really think that Kip was aware that that is what was happening and not
Oh,
just
not
that
at
he was
all.
running errands?
But do you think that the court is gonna care that he wasn't aware? We
That's
all know
that's
how
what
he
I
is,
mean.
but that doesn't mean that
So and I will be the first in line to say that the people have a right to the truth and the whole truth, no matter how ugly it might be. But what? Just hear me out. What if maybe just one tiny piece from this box doesn't make it to the evidence shelves?
I
Just the one tiny
mean,
piece.
that would be fine. I don't personally care either way,
Okay.
but I don't know. I don't have a follow-up for that. I'm okay with not implicating Kip in this, but just because we don't give them the evidence doesn't mean that there
Right.
isn't other evidence or
Yeah.
that other people haven't seen Kip giving Beaumont money or
Yeah.
anything. There could be also other things that he did that we don't know, that he also doesn't know, that there is
That's
evidence
true.
for.
That's true. I think
I would never do anything illegal.
I think for now
Knowingly.
I'm just gonna pocket that set of reels with Kip in it and like leave the rest of it where it was.
I would just like to say I have been an investigator before. If you're pocketing it, now you're also an accomplice.
That's it wouldn't be the first time I've withheld evidence from the police, so I think I'm okay with that. Um, uh,
But you do have your one question you can
yeah,
ask me.
yeah. So it's a question from the list, right? Not just like one burning
Um,
question that I have.
let's look here. Ask one from the list below is what
Mm-hmm.
the book says, but the book is not God.
It's true.
The book doesn't know what's happening, right?
The
So
book cannot inform on what's happening.
the book is a casual suggestion. So we have this bucket of like hard evidence, right? These are
Yep.
undeniable facts. They are this is damning evidence. It answers where all the money's been going, who it's been going to. It answers what it's been used for. It answers who is all is involved. It says who's in charge. But I can't help but wonder how the hell is Numsy connected to that dude next door?
And is that your question?
Yeah.
Um, Very briefly, you recall, Sky, however much you don't want to, that the voice that you heard when the devil was talking, his own, and the voice of the person you love most but treated the worst. Who was that person?
was Wintingle.
In the moment that you are dealing with that recollection, trying to figure out how's Numsy connected to the devil, which is a sentence we get to fucking say.
I was just like, that's one hell of a sentence.
Fucking Numsy.
Fucking Numsy.
How's fucking Numsy the donkey connected to...
I fucking said it. Episode 1, fucking said it.
You did.
You really did.
We cut back to Sky in this moment. You're horrowed, I think, by the realization that you know that you loved him the most and treated him the worst. Hearing the devil speak, that's one of the great prices for interacting with the devil at all. You have to deal with the knowledge that that's true. But in that moment, how's Nosy connected to the devil? You are just kind of lightly dusted in the face by pipe smoke. And just out of sight, just behind Sally, maybe a trick of the moonlight.
You are not about to tell me that Wintingle's ghost is in this library right now. You are not about to tell me that. Oh my god.
You see the ghost of Whit Tingle.
Oh my god.
holding a spectral pipe. Takes a drag on it and just says, "It's just the thing I was always trying to teach you, Sky, that maybe not everything's connected. Maybe some fuckers we just run into." And it just disappears. Go surreal, canon.
Okay, now that the voice of Mufasa has just come back to me. You know, you heard that too, right? Right, Sally?
Did I hear that?
Would you like to have?
Yeah.
You heard that.
I'm marked by the devil. Let's just assume that
That's fair.
You can hear
That's a
spirits
perk.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
We'll call it
a
a perk. Okay.
We'll call it a perk.
You know, that's... Wint was a real smart guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Best in the business.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one
Hard
thing
agree.
I never agreed with. It's always connected. It's always connected.
I mean, okay, I hear you, but to be fair, Wint was a, dare I say, successful investigator, whereas you are not as successful.
Okay, let me ask you this
in
then.
that
Let me ask you
field.
this. I vaguely recall hearing that no one has ever, like, Numsy doesn't actually speak, right? Like, we don't hear Numsy talk because Numsy's a donkey.
Correct.
A Toon without a voice. We have a very funky voice in the room next door, huh? What if that's where Numsy's voice went?
You think that Numsy's voice
Was
was
stolen by the
taken
devil.
by the devil and is
As part of one of those floating contracts.
in the house? But why wouldn't other tunes also
Well,
have
they might
that?
have given up other things. We don't know what's in those contracts. I wish I would have grabbed one.
You don't think any other tune gave up their voice? Fucking Ariel did it at the drop of a hat. I feel like
Sky, yeah,
that's
are
a
you trying to
pretty.
you're trying to Little Mermaid this, Sky?
Listen, everybody makes their own deals, okay? The devil knows what you... And, like, as a lawyer, Numsy's voice was very important, right? And making a
You're
deal
not
with the
wrong.
devil would be, like, the most important thing he could have taken.
But why though? Why? Like, you're as a tune, your voice is like, you need your voice.
Right.
So why give that up I guess
Because if the
I don't
devil has
know. That
Numsy's
makes too much
voice, then the
sense.
devil is in control of Numsy's voice, and therefore the devil is in control of apparently the world's most powerful lawyer making all of these backroom deals. That you're seeing the connection here. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your eyes.
I
You're believing me.
I am
You
seeing the
believe me.
connection only because, as I said, as a Toon, you need your voice, right?
Exactly.
But Numsy is so famous and they don't fucking talk. How is that possible?
What if Numsy made the deal before all of the fame, all of the cartoons? What was in that failed tape of Numsy? Did Numsy make any noise in that? Did we hear
Kick
any?
it in the head.
Yeah. Or was it a
You
silent film?
probably it's a silent film because Numsy's a very old cartoon.
Hmm. Silent film. See?
But Numsy is
That's
also
awfully
very
convenient.
old. So why would they? Okay, hold on. I guess I'm trying
What if
to.
Numsy never had a voice? What if Numsy was what if Numsy was a plant?
Oh, play it. Do you think Numsy is not a real tune?
No, I think Numsy's a real tune. I think the devil created Numsy.
Okay, hold on. I feel like we've gone off the rails. I let's come
I think
back to
it
me,
like it's
Sky.
so
Come back
funny
to
that
me.
every single time I'm like, yes, 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 and then Sky says something
No,
fucking
no,
insane.
no. We've gone too far.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
I couldn't even take
Okay.
myself seriously as I said
come back to
Jesus.
us.
Two outside the box. Two outside the box. Come back in the box.
Oh my
There's a
god.
narrator on like the outside looking into the show going, no, Sky, no.
And this is why Sky's show never went on air. This is why we never even got a full script.
Okay, so because Numsy was
Mhm.
made in the silent tunes time,
Mhm.
they thought that they didn't need their voice, right? So, in order to get famous, they sold their voice to the devil. And now that we are in modern times, they still don't have their voice because
No,
they
I think
sold
Numsy
it.
never had a voice. I think it was awfully
But why would
convenient that
they?
the entire era was silent films. And if the
I
devil was
mean, yeah.
controlling a famous tune's voice, it's awfully convenient that nobody ever needs to hear that voice to know that it's missing.
Hmm.
I
But then why
just
have a contract for Numsy?
I know. I really wish. I wish I'd grabbed one of those. I really don't want to go back in there though.
Yeah,
I
if
don't
there
like
is a
being
way to get
sweaty.
out of here without having to go back through there, that's what I'm doing.
What floor are we on?
You're on the first floor.
Oh, so we can just hop out a window.
Presumably.
Yeah.
There's a we can see the moon. There's a window here.
You can fully see, yeah, there's like the whole exterior wall is mostly window.
I want to read one of those contracts.
Go talk to the devil.
That's a bad idea.
It's just downstairs. You still have your bed sheet.
I feel like I've done a lot of crazy things in the pursuit of the truth. I'm
But
not
the truth
sure.
is out there, Sky.
I'm not.
It's out there.
I'm not sure if I should add making a deal with the devil to that list.
You're not making a deal with the devil. You're just going down there to take a look at the scrolls.
You know, funny enough, Kelsey, I have played another character, like my very first streamed game. My character basically, like, walked up to, like, the Dark Fae and was like, I want to know everything. And then, disappeared. So, it is in my track record. So, okay, so this room is directly connected to that one, right? Like, they, like, share a wall.
The smoking room ostensibly shares a wall
Oh my
with
god, of
this
course
library.
it's a smoking room. Jesus.
Yeah. I said that at the top.
I didn't. The gears didn't turn. Okay, so this could be like some kind of overflow storage room. Is there stuff on the shelves?
There is actually, curiously, not a lot on the shelves
Okay.
in this in the library.
Are there any? What about like a contract draft, like something that didn't get a final signature?
Roll a d6.
5.
Sure. You find a contract draft, but not written in the hand of the devil.
Okay. What is it? What does it say? Like who were the parties or?
It looks like it was probably like Abernathy the Third, who
Okay.
used to keep some of like the ledgers of the family in the here. There was a contract between the family and a groundskeeping team that were going to, rather than be quartered on site, they would actually like contract people from the city to come out regularly to clean and keep the grounds. But it wasn't ever signed. But there is a contract here from that time, which useful on its own as a historical document.
Right. Right. So then the Abernathy family, do they work for the devil? Is the devil just pretending to be several generations of the same family? Why has he taken up residence here? Or was the fireplace just here to begin with and the mansion got built around it?
He said that he was just like this is not the place that he's normally in, I guess.
Right, he's just a guest. He's visiting. It's the house.
You should see if he's still there.
I kind of want to.
As the one of the two of us
I'm like
here that is
looking back
marked
at the
by the
door
devil,
handle.
I am saying that you shouldn't. You're free to do whatever you want, but
But if I don't touch anything, you can just take a peek in.
he knew that you were in the room with us, Guy.
Yeah, so he won't be surprised.
I'm
I don't
just
think that's how that
gonna
works.
I'm gonna trigger your
Okay.
gimmick.
Okay. Oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
You not only want to check on the other side of that door, you need
I can't
to.
help it. I need to look at one of those contracts.
Sally can obstruct you, but I am triggering that compulsion.
Yeah. I'm gonna start walking toward the door.
Get right next to the door unless Sally stops you.
How can I stop them?
You could talk. You could intercede physically. We could have a little grudgy
Ooh.
if you wanted Sally to get that serious, or you can let this happen. You can always just talk to Kels, of course.
So Sally's gonna like scamper over and get between you and the door. She's a sable, so she's fast. Look, I get it. You're a detective Toon, okay? You want the answers.
I need
However,
the answers.
this is not the way. It's the devil. If you open that door, he is going to own you. There is a non-zero chance that that is what happens. Look at my fucking hand.
I said I'm not gonna touch anything.
Why do you think that will stop him?
Where else are we gonna see these contracts?
Why do we need the contracts?
What do you mean? Why do we need the contracts? Of course we need the
devil
contracts.
Can make the contracts probably appear and disappear whenever he wants. So it doesn't matter. We can't take them.
Okay, even the
unless he
devil is
wants us
still
to
bound
take
to a
them.
signed agreement, okay? He can't just change them after they've been signed.
Correct.
Otherwise, it would be worthless.
I mean, he could probably chase them after if he wanted to, but
Then the deal would be broken. He wouldn't have that power over someone. I'm telling you, if there is one thing the devil understands, it is a legally binding contract.
maybe we know two different devils.
That's entirely possible.
That's a laugh for Sally Sable.
Look, I have like 3 different gloves on right now. I'm just gonna take a quick peek. in the door. My hand isn't even gonna be touching the door handle. I'm just gonna look. I just a quick look.
Fine, fine. Move out of the way.
You open the door.
I'm gonna like slowly turn the handle and like open it just a crack and like peek in.
Roll a d6.
Oh boy. That's a 2.
You catch the devil as he's leaving. The yawning fireplace behind him opens up into the likeness of a fiery maw, and the devil steps into that fire. All of the ghosts and skeletal musicians that were playing, and all the contracts are gone. This is just a dusty sitting room, other than the roaring flame of hell in the back wall. And the devil looks at you with a little bit of side eye. And you just, he doesn't move any closer, but you do hear it say, "Well, Mr. Howard, no, I'm sorry. Sky, let's be friends. Or friendly. What can I do for you?"
If I were to ask a question.
You're asking a question there.
I am posing a hypothetical to the universe.
Okay.
If I were to ask a question, if anyone were to ask a question, right, what would the cost of that answer be?
Oh no.
I think for me, the answer to a question, well, its price is measured against quite a few factors for me personally.
Mm-hmm.
But any particular answer, I do not weigh the same.
I'm just gonna very quickly like look back into the room and look at Sally. I told you so. um. All right. That's a very evasive answer. I'm not surprised.
Devil puts on like a little hat that has holes for his horns.
Why
Was there
does he have
something
to
I
be
could
so cool?
help you with, Howard?
There are dots that I haven't connected. If I wanted them connected, how far would I have to go?
Well, I think you're being purposefully vague now.
That was pretty specific to the situation at hand.
You
I feel
assume
like.
that I know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I do. I do assume that.
I'm afraid I'm going to need something more deliberate and specific than that. Vagaries don't hold up well in court.
I know they don't hold up well in court.
Looks at his watch. I do run a tight schedule.
Give me a second. I would like to I see you shaking your head. Thank you, Washadi. I would like to ask the devil one of the questions from the shark list.
No role required if you're willing to pay a price.
Oh, I am sorry. Would it be possible for
Context?
well no, not
Okay.
for context. Would it be possible for Cyril to kind of Purple Rose of Cairo himself onto Sky's shoulder to just give her just a real
Absolutely.
quick bit of advice?
Yes.
Yeah. I always like the idea that this time both the angel and regular Cyril are like on the same shoulder. They've just been kind of like
They're just palling.
so anyway, yeah, it's I usually just go to the commissary if they give us a 1 hour break, but if it's a 30-minute break, I just see whatever the grips are ordering and I just get something with them,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Makes a lot of sense. It's easier that way.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Are we
Just
on the
gotta
clock again?
I guess so. These kids, they really have no idea how to deal with Satan. Let me
I'm
just kind of
literally 37
like
years old.
shimmies over to the side of like Sky's
That's a laugh for
neck.
Sky.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, there's just a moment of like regular Sarah going, okay, I'm just gonna have to. Might feel a little bit of a tug on your hem here. I just gotta kind of,
Oh my god.
just kind of like
Okay.
scoots, like along Sky's back to get to the other shoulder. All right, okay. You two are really terrible at this. You know this. The idea is that if you're going to get something out of the devil, you don't let the devil make a deal. You come up with a counteroffer. So I don't know how much time we have, so I'm going to make this really, really quick. The devil likes games. The devil likes games, all right? If you can in some way get the guy on, I don't know, a fiddle contest, a games of chance, a chess match. You seem like you seem kind of like a pencil neck nerd, dear. So play to your strengths. Don't play to his strengths. Here's another example. He can see me right now. He can hear me give you advice. All right. So you're gonna have to be very entertaining. On that note, I do think we do have our break now. So I'm going to assume it's an hour. You want to pop over to the commissary?
Yes, I think that'd be best. The big guy looks a little mad.
All right. Well,
Thanks, I guess.
toodles.
All right. So you heard that conversation. You like games, deals and challenges and whatnot. What if... I'm not going to say what if. I would like to challenge you to a game of rock, paper, scissors. And if I win, you have to answer my questions with no strings attached. No contracts. No nothing.
Pure chance.
It's rock, paper, scissors. How hard could it be?
Hard enough to hurt.
Let's play.
Wonderful.
Roll me 3d6.
Oh,
I
I was gonna do actual rock, paper, scissors.
We are on a delay over the camera. I'm gonna cheat, is what I'm telling you, me, Michael.
No, I was gonna cheat. No.
Okay. I'm going to. Here's how this game is gonna work.
I want to make a very specific reference
That
right
was
now.
a great idea. That was a great idea, Scott. By the way, Kels.
Very good idea, but I'm not allowing it. Go ahead. What was your reference?
So, in the fourth Percy Jackson book, when they're in the labyrinth,
Whoa.
he is trying to get one of the 100-handed ones to join him on his side of the war. And he says, if I win a game of rock, paper, scissors with you, a creature that has 100 hands, then you have to come with us. And he wins. Do you know how he wins?
Oh.
Because at the final reveal, instead of rock or paper or scissors, he holds out gun. Because he learned it from his stepdad. And it works.
Oh my
And if Rick
God.
Riordan says that it works against another type of god, my logic is completely unflawed. You know that, right? Like this is sound logic.
I agree,
Flawless.
but the
Flawless
cartoon
logic.
devil is going to enforce rules here. So the way this game is going to work, this is completely not provided by Madcaps. It's not a failure of the game. It always wants you to improvise and do your own thing, and that's a success of design, even when there's an absence of it. Apparently, Sky, you're going to roll 3d6. I am going to put whether I think those rolls are going to be odd or even.
Oh,
I'm going to type out my little message in our chat here.
okay.
You're going to roll, and you're going to tell me. Best of 3 wins. So I'm going to type out my prediction
Okay.
as the cartoon devil. And if you
Like
can...
the total is odd or even, or
No,
Like each of
for
them.
each individual one. It's
Oh,
So
okay,
each
okay,
individual die, whatever phase, is it odd or
Okay.
even? I've written out my prediction.
Okay. So
You
you have
roll
all 3 of
3d6.
yours.
I have all 3 of mine.
Okay.
This is a bold-faced wager.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no
If-
way either of you can cheat on this.
I will say,
Jesus.
if you don't get at least 2 of 3, the devil wins,
Okay.
which is a sentence I got to say. If you
I
get
mean,
2
it
of the
is
3 right,
2023.
if you get 2 of the 3 right, you will win. If somehow...
Wait, do I also have to guess?
No,
No,
you
you're
Or
gonna roll.
I'm just trying to prove the devil wrong.
Mhm.
I like
Yeah.
that. Okay, we're gonna go with that.
So you prove the devil wrong.
Okay.
If we somehow match
That
up,
simple thing.
a
Yeah.
third interesting thing will happen.
Yeah.
If you match up with the devil, something else will happen.
Well, how would we
So
match
either
up if
you-
there's only 3?
because for
it's an odd
each
number.
one. Oh, okay, so I understand how this is going. By the way, Michael, this is brilliant. You figured out a way to like basically run rock paper scissors where neither side can cheat, and even if one side tries to cheat, it doesn't matter because it's revealed. Okay, Kels, roll 3 dice and
Yeah.
arrange them in order. Have you done
There
that
you go.
already? Okay,
Oh, I
What's the
haven't
first one?
rolled yet.
roll the
Okay.
roll the 3
I
dice
thought
right now.
Roll
I
3
thought
dice.
it was gonna be like the predictions like were said and then I roll one by one and see if they match
No,
up.
No.
we're
No,
both
okay.
bluffing each other.
Yeah, this is simultaneous. So like it doesn't actually matter who goes first, but like you
Okay.
like roll the 3 and then we can go one by one for each one. Because the results have already been made by Michael. So like
Okay.
there's it's
Okay.
again, this is really brilliant. It's like asynchronous but can't be like predicted
Okay.
either way.
So don't tell us what they are yet. Arrange them in the order that you want.
Okay.
When you're ready, you can tell us the first one.
The first one is 2,
Even. Second one,
3,
odd.
Oh no.
4.
Even.
Fuck.
Here's my prediction.
Oh.
1 is
So-
odd.
Oh, so
Second
only
is even. Third even.
so
You
only the
got
third
of
one was
3.
correct.
Yeah. So the devil only predicted 1 correctly, which means you got 2 of 3.
Which means you've beaten the devil at rock, paper,
Fuck the
scissors.
devil! I won that game of rock, paper, scissors!
And when you finally both draw, what do you beat the devil with? He went with, I think straight up. What hand do you throw that he loses to?
You know what? I think he would do rock. We're going with the metaphorical here, right? Rock because
Yep.
brimstone, and
Yes.
I win with paper as a tune created on
Perfect.
paper.
Perfect, beautiful. All right, you cover the devil's hand, and then you realize you're shaking it.
I don't think that's how handshakes work.
Well played. And just according to my little helpers, very entertaining. What's your question?
I'm assuming you know what was in that box, and you know what's going on up on the mountain. I want to know. So we know there's this big, awful lawsuit about to happen. They're pulling a U, doing lots of handshaking, deals under the table and bullshit. And we are aware of that. And we have sort of a plan to intervene somehow. But if there is anything that I know about mysteries, is that there's always one dot that we haven't connected. I want to know what we're missing.
Oh, that's so big. You want to know what you're missing?
What we aren't seeing about this particular mystery.
About this particular mystery. What are we talking about?
So we've had 4.5 episodes so far. And if you want to go back and watch the tapes, we can do that. But I think that might take a while, and this meeting starts pretty soon. So...
So what are you missing about the backroom deal happening on Mount Biv? Or what are you missing about Wint's death?
Making me choose between society and a personal vendetta. I don't like that.
And the devil's eyes get very dark.
Of course they do. There is a consequence that we have not foreseen. I want to know what that consequence is that we have not thought
of. The devil transports back to his mobile fireplace, and it starts descending into the ground.
Oh my gosh!
And he just quietly says to you, as if he's standing next to you in your ear, "The killer is gonna get away."
Oh.
And then twiddles his fingers and is gone.
I don't like that. All right, I'm just fucking slamming the door open back to the library, and I turn to Sally. We gotta go. We gotta go. So I guess we're gonna pop out of this first floor window and go to the big meeting.
Or,
right.
Or you were just told that the killer is going to get away.
I know.
That and so like on a narrative perspective and a mechanical perspective, there's two things happening here. Sky, the character, knows that the killer is out there, and as a player, you're gonna have a +1 if you try to pursue them right now.
That's true. Okay, so when I say we gotta go, we're gonna I'm imagining we leave this house and then Sally and I go separate ways. And I'm hoping that Sally will go to the meeting and I'm gonna go to some other place that is plot relevant that I haven't thought of yet. Where hopefully the killer will be.
You can pound the street. Because sorry, and Michael, I'm just gonna ask you straight up. I don't know how much metagaming you think is cool in terms of sort of talking outside of the narrative.
I don't care.
Awesome. That's exactly.
Well,
what
I did just tell the devil to watch the show that we're streaming right now, so there's a very blurry line here.
Yeah,
the film is burning at the end, is all I have to say.
It's true. We are getting very close to the finale. I think that what might make sense here, right? Sky, you've been given information. You're with Sally. The two of you have gone through this whole journey together. I think this might be an interesting time for Sky to maybe I don't know, say, hey, we have a thing that we can do right now, and I usually go alone, but maybe this is a time where I can have a partner, right? And in this moment, the two of you like it's a montage, right? It's like because we have some ideas, right? We know what the killer probably looks like.
The scene from the Lion King, my second Lion King reference of the night, where he's running through the desert and there's like the triumphant music playing in the background. I feel like that's us heading to this mystery destination.
Yeah, except it's kind of like Cowboy Bebop.
So,
we have the moon in the background. There's jazz going on.
So we're gonna get out of the mansion, out of this creepy fucking Toon mansion that I still think is a more sentient deity than the devil himself, but that's neither here nor there at the moment. And I am gonna turn to Sally and I'm gonna say, I don't think the killer is gonna be at that meeting. I think we need to go find the killer somewhere else. Where do you think they might be?
Well, as the only person who has actually seen what we think is the killer, I think if we're gonna catch him, he's probably okay, hold on. One of two things. He's either still somewhere in downtown, maybe the bar, or he circled back to Wynn's house for something.
Oh.
But I don't know which.
And Wynn's house is kind of in the heart of downtown.
I guess we could try to hit both. Did you have the time for that?
The montage.
Probably with a montage. We have the time for anything.
Montage roll. Both of you roll a d6.
Ooh. Okay.
How much time do we got left?
I got a 3.
Okay.
2.
3 and a 2.
Yep.
You will both have to make a choice.
Okay.
I will say, because I don't care about metagaming, one of those 3 options you listed is where the killer's at.
We listed 3 options?
That was only 2. The bar or Wynn's.
Bar, downtown, Wynn's.
Downtown is a really wide area. Both Wynn's and the bar are in downtown.
The bar is what I meant. Not that he was just generally in downtown, because how are we going to look in general downtown?
That's a whole city.
For a man.
So I'll say he's either in the bar, in Wynn's apartment building, or house, I should say, or on the street downtown tonight.
Okay.
Okay. He also the last thing that he did when he was right, because I'm pretty sure these are the same people. He was in the factory.
Yep.
And he
took the photograph.
A picture of Felix, so he's probably at the bar.
Yeah, you're right.
Right?
You're right.
That was his name, right? Felix.
Yeah.
That was Felix Grumpy, yeah.
We gotta go to the bar.
Okay. We're going to the bar.
Great.
We cut away. Cyril, you are at the Mountain Lodge looking veneer gate of Mount Biv's ski lodge and resort. And you are, I think we can just assume at the latter stages of bamboozling the gate guard.
Yeah. I think we get to, like the part where Cyril is going, anyway, and then at that point, I had absolutely no idea what to do. I mean, there I was with 3 out of the 5 members of Fleetwood Mac that I was supposed to be chaperoning up in Alaska, and the other 2 were somewhere out on a canoe.
And at the end of that, the guy's holding his coffee that you poured whiskey in. And you just, behind you, a dramatic flare of wind and rain scatters, and in the background you hear thunder, and you see Kip Hopperman appear.
Oh, wow. Kip, I don't often have to say this, but I think your reinvention's really working for you. Most people, they try and go a little extra with it.
And Kip just looks over at Cyril, and I just you just standing off to the side, and I look up at you, and just give you this just withering stare, and just be very extremely dismissive, and just keep walking past you.
Oh, okay. Well, Isn't the first time I've been brushed off.
But it is
Or-
the first time you've been brushed off by Kip.
Oh yeah, I mean, like that's registered. Just Cyril has to remain disaffected.
The complete like blusterless charge of Kip, with the open gate that Cyril had managed to get talked open, allows Patty to enter with her cameraman.
Oh wow. Well, here comes the cavalry, late as usual. How you doing, Cubby?
Keep it cool.
Okay. All right. So, uh, you've probably never done a big bust before because you've never been able to write anything in this town, but a couple of words of advice. Come on, we're going to walk and we're going to talk at the same time. Do you want a cigarette?
Hurry up, Harold.
We're at the end of the episode, so, smoke them if you got them. Am I right? Like passes the.
She leans over towards you while she takes a cigarette. I've never
Uh-huh.
smoked in my life.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Click, click, lights it for her. So. They started putting filters on everything back in the 80s, but I still got a couple of cartons in the freezer from back in my bad old times. Anyway, with most of these things, now the important thing is that you can't rush in and start asking questions. Everyone there is going to clam up immediately as soon as the camera comes on. We are going to have to go around and look for documents. That is what you're going to be recording here. You're not going to try and get the big movie finish where we pound the door open and we go, "Hey, it's us. Start talking." We're not going to get that.
And as you say that, I immediately kick open the door one big hanger, through the wood, the doors slam open, and I just step inside. What's the room that I kick open?
I think you're looking at like reception, and there's just like a human dude who's kind of like, the uniform here is like rustic California lager guy.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're looking at like a rather attractive like 30-year-old guy who's like dressed up like a lumberjack, but he's like definitely never done like physical labor, and he's like typing away at a standing desk with like if it's a veneer, it's a good veneer of like a very old like Mac 2 type computer.
Cyril just looks absolutely disgusted at this guy and goes, "Ugh, what are you, a one-man improv group? We're moving around him, Cubby. He can't do anything. He can only give good customer service the entire time. Bye."
Okay.
Patty
is like horrified at you at like the ease that you're assuming the role.
I sidle myself up, I just like right to the reception desk, and I just like grab onto the guy.
Hi.
Hi. Where are they?
If you sir, if you're with the other guests,
yeah. And I reach down like for this, and I reach for the invoice, and I just slam it on the desk.
I thought that
pulls out a fucking piece.
There's a moment of like Kip going through the pouch, pulls up stone, puts it back, pulls out Tommy gun, puts it back, pulls out the invoice.
I can't divulge guests' whereabouts, sir. That's
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm just delivering the guy who put it in charge. And I pull out his head. Yeah. He's giving the keynote speech. Which way?
Roll me oh god, what is that?
Sounds like an intimidation roll to me. Damn.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
I just do it tough.
You could just do it tough.
All right.
That feels tough to me.
That would be a 10.
Oh my gosh, Kip's gotten so butch.
Given to your demands or start a fight, you strike first. He is not fighting you right now.
No, he gives into my demands.
Fun fact, this poor kid has my grudge move, which is to back out of the way of the grudge move.
Um, the meeting between the cartoon executives, right?
Yeah, that one.
They're all up in the viewing restaurant. Good view of the western side of Mount Biv. Up to a couple flights. It's a locked door event.
Ah,
But I have a key for you since you're
ah,
delivering the keynote speaker.
aren't you so useful? You're so useful. Thanks, kid. Here. I reach down. I pull out a banana. Like, and I just walk away.
He looks over at his manager who has come out of the back and just and he gives the manager a banana, unbuttons a couple buttons on his shirt and walks out the door.
Yeah, thanks for the help, Chet.
His name was Chet.
Yeah.
His name is Chad.
Great manager, by the way. Saw all of that happen and stayed in the office.
He did not come outside.
As I take the stairs, you said it was up the stairs a few flights, right?
Yes.
Are there any elevators or do you have to take the stairs up?
There is an elevator for accessibility, but there are also stairs.
Okay. I think Kip knows that he's delivered packages to this location before he knows that they shut down the elevators once they have these meetings. So I'm gonna just take the stairs up, and I'm gonna start and like, ain't doing this. Let's see. All right. Yeah.
And the dramatic
just like-
Lion King
and just like-
montage music plays again as he goes up the stairs.
And I
Yeah,
just,
we've had
just
several
like-
montages of heroic deeds, and we just see like Kip going, "Fuck."
like, and I just like, no, I'm at the bottom, and I just like, and you hear just like the creaking and cracking. Even though Kip is still the same looking, he just has that old man creak crack, and just like suddenly, like every muscle just like tenses, and you see just like Kip just like start and leaps every step going up flight.
Oh boy.
And every time
well-
he's like, son of a, dig up,
becomes
A lot of
like that old
cartoon
Donkey Kong
cursing.
game where you just like see him going back and forth across the levels.
So we cut now while Kip is hopping up the stairs. Where has Cyril led Patty Clapper and Harold?
I think that Cyril has kind of gone to one of the service doors and has opened it up. It's like, now, one of the things that they're going to try to do is to turn off all of the elevators so that you don't have, the normal riffraff going to wherever the real deal is happening. Now, all of the suits are going to be in one room, but the lawyers are going to be in another room, and they're doing the stuff that you want to put on camera. Because again, we're not here for big reveals. We're here for documents that you can put on your film, and then that can get on the news. Because the suits can say whatever they want. They're just here, for I don't know, a challenge course or a team building exercise or whatever. But the documents, they have writing on them that binds everybody. So we're going to take a service door, and let's see. We need someone who's a little overworked, a little disaffected. Cyril's looking around for a maid, basically, and like having gone into the service, like tunnels.
Sure. There's a maid pushing that oh so familiar laundry basket custodial equipment unit down the hallway. There's a couple of them lining. There's a couple of maids and just like regular staff who are changing into and out of these uniforms. The maids are just wearing like black on black, kind of like not in theme at all, theme such as it is. But there's this one woman pushing a cart toward you, going to the service elevator.
All right, get your cameraman on because you're going to be doing some actual reporting here in a little bit. I'll get the
Harold,
person.
start running, damn it!
You're doing great, Harold. It turns to Patty. Anyway, goes up to the maid. Hey, dear. So, out of curiosity, we're looking for the building where all of the young men in the horrible suits are sitting around eating pizza and like calling in room service every other hour.
Hey, upstairs, top floor.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to be giving them a little bit of a surprise, but you are going to get your own little surprise. Takes out one of his headshots, signs it real quick. To my favorite working girl. Keep things classy, beautiful. Cyril Seda gives
Please
it
tell
over.
me that you spelled working with an E.
Yes.
Good. Incredible. Thank you.
Just roll a d6 for me,
All right.
Grishka.
That's a 2.
Cute.
Oh, well. It's good to know. Anyway, let's go, Patty.
She pushes the cart, goes, okay, like I give a fuck what happens to them.
Goes up and like I think this is almost like a version of Cyril that we've seen a couple of times now. Like Cyril seems to kind of be in his own and even like kind of a different person whenever he's like coaching like a younger person in front of the camera and really kind of like really trying to, like invoke some of that like Sir Alec Guinness on the set of Star Wars kind of energy, like too old, too talented, too over it to care about this stuff. But I'll give you some hints, kid.
What are we gonna do about Kip?
Don't
He's on the
worry about
warpath.
Yeah, no, it's perfect. Again, look, Patty, look at me. Now, I am not a reporter, right? I only play one on TV. Anyway, all we need to do is get into the room where the lawyers are at and get the documents. Kip can do whatever he wants, and if we're really lucky, what you get to do is you get to report on the carnage, right? As we leave, we can go over to the restaurant, get some shots. It's going to be great. Now remember, you're making your own sizzle reel right now because this story is going to be your audition for a place that isn't Rainbow Road because, honey, you're never going back. They wouldn't take you.
I really don't think so. And
No.
Harold goes, I have a 401k.
Oh, you weren't paying into that thing, were you?
Out of every paycheck.
Did you do the minimum or were you doing 5%?
There's a minimum.
You know what? Don't answer that, Harold. You're just going to keep rolling.
Tell me where to point it.
Yep. Right now, keep it on Patty. Patty,
Most
you can do a little
unrealistic-
patter if you want to.
Most unrealistic thing in this entire season is that somebody has a 401k.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, another PSA for everybody. No.
Pensions, baby.
Yeah. Fight for a pension. If they say they have a 401k or if they say they have a Roth IRA, don't. Also, go to a place with union representation. They will make sure you get a pension.
They know what's good.
Yeah. And but yeah, like at this point, says like, all right, now pretend I'm not even here. Hard, I know, but Harold's going to point at you. You can do a little bit of patter. We're going to be going up the service stairs, and yeah, and yeah, we can blah 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 our way through this if you want to, just to get over to the room.
So we jump up the stairs. Kip, you have that unnecessarily fancy key. You're standing at the front doors of the Mount Biv Ski Lodge and Resort Restaurant. It is called the Oak Room.
Oh, that's original.
Yeah.
That's perfect for this place. God,
so original. Yeah.
Michael,
They stick the key in, and they just like my hands like turn the key and just open it. What do I see inside?
So in the restaurant itself, you see no serving staff. You do hear cooking happening somewhere. What assaults you first is the absolute trench warfare that's taking place in regard to perfumes and colognes and hair products. It assails your nostrils first. Then you are assailed by the very tasteless fashion that the corporate suits and talking heads are in. You see lots of people you recognize, people whose names that even Kip hasn't bothered to learn. And you see just off in one corner excitedly talking to Colton Mercury, you see GL Garfield, CEO of GLG Entertainment. In lieu of Beaumont Ignatius Stone, you see one like skinny necktie, very fancy guy, like what amounts to his personal assistant, but like also his fixer. Like you wouldn't think this noodly armed white boy from wherever he's from is a tough guy, but you've seen him like go hard on people in a way that like you wouldn't suspect. And he's sort of chatting with GL Garfield. His name is Hank.
Just
You've
Hank?
never gotten a last name. Just Hank.
Okay, just Hank. Okay. And are they already like by like the bar?
Yep.
I'm gonna call
And
it by
Colton
the bar.
Mercury. Yeah, you start walking over to the bar. No one actually bothers you. There are no other tunes in this room. There's just people. Colton Mercury looks like he whispered something to Garfield and then went into a side room. But you
Okay.
are surrounded by talking heads in suits.
As I like turn and look and see them, I start walking over there, and I reach into my infinity pocket, pull out Stone, and just chuck him down the bar, just like so he lands right in front of GL and Hank. And I point towards them and be like, "Were you in on this too?"
Everything stops. People keep cooking though.
Yeah, of course.
Somewhere in the kitchen.
Professionalism.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
I am making this steak and I don't know what the fuck else to do because I'm gonna die.
Hey, I'm getting paid the same either way.
Yeah.
Yep. So you throw Stone down the bar. He eventually comes to rest, and basically nearly unconscious. At the edge of the like, just makes eye contact with fucking GL Garfield and Hank, and goes, just yelling through the gag. And Hank reaches down and looks at the unshaven, unwashed, sweaty.
No, I think
dead,
I
possibly.
think Mini Kip.
Oh, that's right.
Mini
Kip
shaving
just-
He got
haircut.
fixed up a little bit.
Yeah.
They put
Still
him back in
very
the gag.
normal.
They put him back in the gag
Still
before
very-
Kip pulled him out, but he's like
They put him back in
he's
the
fixed
gag,
up a
yeah.
little.
Yeah.
And it's just, and Hank reaches down and pulls out the gag. I gotta say, I've been at the hands of more than one maniacal cartoon in the last few days. And I don't know which way is up. And Gio
You know
Garfield
what?
looks,
Way up. The jig is up there, Stone.
he looks over. Yep, I don't. What are you talking about?
I'm
People
talking
are
about
looking
your.
at him, looking at you.
I'm talking about your Toon press, your genocide.
We cut
And
over
There's just like a.
Yeah. We cut over to Cyril Seta. You are in the kitchen, having come up the servants entrance, more or less. That's service elevator where the staff can go not seen.
Mhm.
And you're in the kitchen with with Patty Clapper and Harold, and the chef de cuisine is going, "Hey, get the fuck out of here!"
Don't worry, we're just passing through. We're not even here. Okay, Harold, now if you can just like turn the camera over to the over to the cook's lookout, we're going to get a little bit of shots of what's going on outside. Now pan over the bar, Patty.
You get a shot of Beaumont Ignatius Stone sliding across the bar.
Oh, that is going to be great. Make sure to mark that one for your editor, Patty. Now, keep going with the patter, talking about, how you got onto the case, like what's going on, everything that I told you, going up along the stairs.
Yep, she's improvising well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, like I think Cyril it legitimately called Patty out of all of the people that he probably knows, because he basically is only relevant because they keep saying, "You're not going to believe who Cyril chewed out at the grocery store today," type stories about him. And so he could have chosen anyone who's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll follow Cyril Seta around, see what bullshit he gets up to." He chose Patty because he needed a reporter, right? And yeah, this is, yeah, he's like, you're doing great, kid. Okay, we're going to walk
So
out.
she's vamping about like this story recently it just came to me, yada yada yada.
Yeah. We go through. And yeah, like at any point, if you want to just say like I have to do something, it's cool. But yeah, I'm sure I
Yep.
was going to try and like guide Patty and Harold
I
out
need
of.
either a sly or a cool to get into the room.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I'll roll that real quick, and we'll see how the narration changes depending on how well Cyril is doing, despite how completely assured he seems to think he is.
I'm sure you have laughs, of course.
I have one laugh, but because I'm straight faced, I can't just use one laugh.
Yep.
I can only spend 2 or 3. So this is just going to be a roll. I think this is definitely going to be cool because I don't think he's really not trying to like
Convince anybody.
yeah, he's just saying it's fine. Don't even look at me. We're just passing through, kind of a thing. Keeping everyone feeling good. That is a 6 and a 2 plus 1 is 9.
Okay. I can present to you one of the options. You flinch, you stall, or otherwise aren't your best. The director will choose one. Worst outcome, hard bargain or dramatic tension. And I'll go with hard bargain
Oh
because I
boy.
want this to happen. So I'm going to give you a choice. You get your thing done, and something bad automatically happens to you, or you just let this fail. Up
Oh
to
yeah.
you.
No, absolutely. I'm taking this. Yeah. Cyril's here to take one on the chin for the kids this time.
So as Colton Mercury departs from like whispering into Garfield's ear, fucking Kip's giant accusation hits the floor. Beaumont Ignatius stone hits the wall. He's confused, dazed. Nobody knows what's going on. A hard line sets in Hank's face.
Don't forget, shit hits
And
the
this is the
fan.
sort of shit does hit the fan. I forgot that. You've seen the look on like bouncers, enforcers, and bodyguards before. Like, I'm just gonna fucking hurt who's ever making a mess.
Right.
And he starts going toward Kip. But
Okay.
you need Kip to distract everyone out here for now.
Yep. Okay.
So
So all right. I think I know exactly what this is going to be. And oh man. Okay. Yes. So Cyril looks over to Patty and says, "All right, now Patty, here's the thing. This is where we have to part ways. Okay. So Harold, keep the camera pointed at Patty. If Patty points anywhere, tilt it over. All right. Get as much as you can on film. Patty, you are doing great. But from here on out, you have to do it. All right.
I got it, Seta.
I know you do, Cubby. Now go out there and kill him. Maybe not literally, but and then yeah, I think he says, "Oh, but Harold, just get a little bit of B-roll of me about to do what I'm gonna do. I learned this one from Bugs Bunny." And as Hank is going towards Kip, Cyril is gonna like skip around. Is there like a live band here? Is there a band? Is there a bandstand or?
There can be a bandstand.
Okay.
What if the band is like cartoon instruments? Like they don't have like there's not musicians, they're playing themselves.
But you can tell they're the POD
Yeah,
tunes.
yeah. Okay, perfect. So
They're
yeah,
the Half-Life tunes.
Yeah, Cyril goes over and says, "Hey, can you play something a little bit classical and dancey, something from like 1940s or 1950s Chuck Jones?"
You got it, Mister.
Oh, well, I haven't been called Mister in a while. I'll see you afterwards. And goes over, and as soon as like Hank is like moving to get like within striking distance of Kip, you see like one of his fists come up, and Seda gets his hand and puts it inside of Hank's, and gets his other hand and puts it on Hank's shoulder, and he goes, "You're gonna have to lead, hon. I haven't done this in a while." And as the music starts up, we see that Cyril has like gone into like a black striking empire cut dancing gown. and like has winged
The
eyeliner.
cross-dressing we've been waiting for.
Yes. I really don't do this that often. I've always considered myself a little bit more butch than anything like this. But every now and then you got to dust your black dress out of the closet. Am I right?
He fully breaks your arm.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a
that's what I expected. Yeah.
So Kip, you see, Cyril took a hit for you,
Yeah.
Indeed.
and there's other thugs moving around
Yeah.
while the suits are like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, I'm not gonna yell out, but yeah, like there's a moment where Cheryl's like, "Whoa, how are you doing?" Oh, yeah, as he gets chicken winged here.
Now we're
And
the
like
only
not
two.
perceiving you as a threat anymore, it just pushes you. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Now
up?
we're the only tunes in here, right?
Other than the Toon band, yes.
Okay. Um. So I see this happen to Cyril, and my natural instincts of a lunkhead are still deep down inside, right? Um. And I just go, "Yeah!" And like I reach. This is the first time that Kip has ever done this. I reach both hands in
Oh no.
Oh boy.
and come out with just like an assortment of just uh cartoon black holes and just whoo, launch them into the room. They're all different sizes. They're sticking on people. They're going all over the ground. They're going underneath people. Um, and they're just everywhere.
Uh, 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 um, to spread your misery around, roll plus
Yep.
tough.
Yep. That would be with tough. Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought that wasn't. That would be a 10 exactly.
Choose one.
Let's see. It would be but well, like would it be to solve a problem, but only after watching someone else fail to solve the same problem.
I think
think
we
that's
can
happened.
call, yeah, I think we can call Seda, like trying to hold off Hank and just getting getting the floor mopped by him, definitely seeing someone fail to solve a problem.
Yeah, I think that would be. We'll adjust that one just enough. I'm like, so what? And I just like I'm tossing things like plates right underneath everybody, and just like and just put one right
Yeah,
underneath
people are getting
underneath
stuck
Hank.
in the floor, and Hank
Like,
like goes
yeah,
down to his waist.
Oh no,
and,
Kip, tell us
and
how
they're
you
just
really feel.
like, why do you always have to interfere with things? I've never told you exactly how I feel about you, but why do you
Mm-hmm.
always have to talk about Ernest Bergnine?
Uh-huh.
I don't even think you actually knew about Ernest. Really? Is it really something you really want to be talking about? How weird and creepy that man is? And as I'm like tossing it everywhere, people's legs are like going in one way and they're coming out one
Just
other
shock
way.
and awe, baby.
Yeah.
It's bad in
Shock and
here.
awe everywhere.
Cyril is
Uh,
having an absolutely great time. Like as Kip's like laying into him, he's just like, like making the no, come on, keep going, let
So
it
yeah,
out.
somebody's like, there's just like a suit who's like drunk but very high as well, and he just like looks at a PA who's here. He's like, call the police, call the police, call the police,
as I
and like the
walk over, it's
PA
like
like rips out
I,
their phone.
I'm talking to you, and I turn around and it's like, you know what? No, don't call the police. And I pull out one big one. I go, boom. I
Yeah,
wrap it up in one
fully-
big bag, just stuff it in here in my bag. I'm like,
You've kidnapped a PA, yeah.
I kept that to PA. You don't treat people very well. Like,
No.
grab another one and just like stick it on his face, and his face is up there now.
Oh yeah, it's up on the ceiling. Full
Yeah.
cartoon horror show in here.
We're
Yeah,
gonna have
so-
to add. We might have to add a body horror content warning on this
We're
last
we're
episode.
gonna do that.
Yeah. Cyril's just like smiling disaffectedly. The shock has set in with his broken arm. He's kind of floating right now.
now.
And then it's just like, oh no, it's all true. It's all true. I mean, we can all be honest here. Kip, I have a confession that I feel I have to, like tell you. I think I act out a lot because, well, how else can I say this, Kip? I think I might be one of those men who fancies other men. I've been hiding it for, the last almost 50 years now, but I feel that I may as well, like come right out and say it. What am I gonna do, right? I'm sure they'll be making a big story about it tomorrow in the papers.
So go ahead and react to that, Kip, if you want.
And so I'm fuming right next to you, and as you tell me this, I brighten up, and like the old Kip kind of, Cyril, I'm so glad that you were able to tell me that. I'm so glad. Like, I'm really happy for you. And I
Oh,
go in for a hug as the like scene around us is just like this horror war as everyone's just like, I think we need to take care of something first though. And
Mhm.
as I turn around, it's just like right back to Doug. Like, where's DL?
Garfield is like cowering in the corner under the bar.
He's the
You've
only
not,
one that didn't get hit by this.
yeah, like all of the other bodyguards and other suits here in Talking Heads are all just completely destroyed by
Yeah.
Kip's involvement here. Cyril, you're getting up. You're nursing your bad arm now. Still in the dress if you want to be, and
Yeah,
two things.
I think still in the disheveled dress. I don't think we're gonna have a wardrobe change.
I think two things happen. Patty Clapper and Harold run out of the lawyer's room, and she goes, "Two big scoops of the day: uncovered genocidal cartoon studio plot, and Cyril Seta is gay on my camera."
Get ready
She
to fall
hop-
in love again for the second time, America, but it's gonna be the other half.
Like Harold is filming you, and he like, wow, laugh for Cyril.
Anybody want it, or do I get to keep this one?
All yours. I'm maxed out at 3.
Beautiful.
So Clapper jumps over the banister, like, and jumps into the fountain, and Harold is filming you for that line. That's a close up and just stumbles backwards. What they were running from, a bunch of lawyers holding briefcases come out, like slowly step out, and they're all flanking one figure that is clip clopping her way into the scene. These lawyers are like cracking their knuckles, and they look a lot tougher than the goons.
Mm.
Colton Mercury's here, Linda Zwanger, and Numsy the donkey clip clops, struts up, looks over at Garfield, and he goes, "Uh-huh. Right." And she like blows air out her nose, and then just rears her forepaw on the ground and looks death in the eyes of Cyril Seta and Kip Hopperman.
You know what, Numsy? I hated you whenever I was 12 years old. I hated you whenever I came to this lousy country and I saw your programs on the television. And yet somehow, right now, I don't think I've ever hated you more.
As she charges at you, we cut. Sky Howard, Sally Sable, where are you?
We said we were going to the bar, right?
Yeah, we're montaging to the bar.
Yeah, right.
So you are there in the quarter portion club. It is thankfully filled not with people avoiding a fed together. There are the signs of his departure are everywhere. However, they have like his suit jacket and tie like on a lamp that doesn't work,
Yes.
and they wrote "fed" across the lamp, and the light bulb's blinking.
So good.
I love it.
Wherever H.G. Sestoda is, he's not appearing in the film, unfortunately. But you see Stepan Lunger, whose likeness you got from Sestoda's notes, behind the bar, the actual owner of the Quarter Portion Club, and also a member of the Homosexual Underground. But you do not see Felix Scrumkey. You see the regular clientele in here, um, a lot of Toon fruits. Blink, 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 blink.
Straight face. Staring straight at the camera, everyone.
Sally wants to just go straight up and ask.
Fucking got him. It's a laugh for me.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a good one.
Yeah.
That was very good.
She just wants to ask Stefan if he has seen Felix tonight.
Yeah, I believe that Felix was supposed to relieve me in a little bit. He's gonna hold down the bar until the morning. Haven't heard from him tonight. Why? Are you calling to tell me something?
I mean, not necessarily. He might be in danger though. So, like, do you know where
Hmm.
he normally stays?
If you're threatening Mr. Skunky, I am afraid I have no interest in continuing the conversation.
What?
No, somebody else is threatening him. We're trying to help him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You were here the other day? You, Sable.
Yeah.
Thanks for. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for scaring off that Fed and getting him drunk with Seda.
Yeah, fucking tape. Hate that guy.
Tape is not great. Skunky's home. It should be. You seem like a friend. 2 seconds. Rips off like a just like he's got waiting pads, but they don't have any food here.
Right.
But he like scribbles down an address, slides it across the bar, wrapped inside a napkin. He goes, just tell him to come to work. That's it. And if he needs more time off, just call.
You said more time off?
Well, he wasn't in last night after you left. He went out for a smoke and didn't come back. Got a call that he was sick.
Question: do you have I don't know, perhaps like a basement that has like some really weird, sketchy vibes? Back room, perhaps? Decommissioned freezer?
Yeah,
Where is it?
in the basement.
Okay, great.
Go
I think
behind the decommissioned freezer.
yeah, I think
It's through in the basement, through the freezer. It's a door. It is rather cold, but
okay.
there is a little kink spot down there. Yeah,
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Sally, I think that's a good
the
place to
key
look.
is attached to this riding crop.
Okay, so you did mean that kind of kink. Okay.
Okay, that's what you did say that. All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. That's fine.
I'm gonna hand the key to Sally. I'm not taking
You
the key.
you do notice that Sarl Sada's autograph is on the riding crop.
No!
It is on the handle.
Yeah, see you for the tee off on Sunday. You know.
Sally is not going to take the key and is going to turn to Sky and say, "You are technically the more adult person here, okay? So it's time to be an adult."
Fine.
You do have the gloves.
I don't think I'm like
Sit
gonna
down.
reapply a couple gloves before I take the key.
Yeah, you put on surgical gloves and you're holding this clean riding crop. All right, everything is sanitary here.
Mhm.
We're
Oh.
cool.
Look, we're all classy here. This is Biffdale.
The Quarter Portion Club is a classy joint where people go to get their rocks off. Okay?
Classily.
Classily. The homosexual underground is classy.
The three C's: class, consent, and clean.
Yeah.
Exactly. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
So you're standing in the basement in front of the massive storage freezer that you understand is a door.
Can we hear anything on the other side?
I don't think I'm mentally prepared for this.
Just like fully like German sex club music.
Well,
Yeah, I totally know what that is.
well,
You don't?
you know,
That'd be
one
weird.
of us
Look up
It's
hard
totally-
bass sometime.
One of
It's
us
just
has been
hard
marked
based.
by a devil. The other talked to their mentor in ghost form. Honestly, I don't see how this could get much worse. I'm gonna
It can only go
stick
up
the
from here.
key- stick the key
Literally
in the
nothing
lock.
bad could ever happen.
I know,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna stick the key in the lock and open the door.
I remember Cyril saying that.
Yeah, so do I.
You are looking at another sunken lounge, but it is straight up a red light room.
Okay.
There are like lights that impulse with the music, and you don't see anyone there. But it is dark and red in there.
Is there perhaps another door?
There are side rooms. They are hidden by curtain.
Okay.
because sonic privacy is not one that the patrons insist upon.
Well, I mean, with that music, it's not super necessary.
Yeah,
Um,
you feel it in your body.
great.
Just rattling your little froggy bones.
Oh no.
Little hollow bones.
Just walking around like hands over ears. Are there like is there like an inch or two where the curtains don't meet the floor, like if you're like looking under a bathroom stall and you can see feet?
Yes.
Can we like see which ones might have people in them?
Oh, roll a d6 for me.
Yeah, without like actually like pulling open curtains, because that's not chill. That's a 1.
You can see every one of these side rooms is populated.
Great. Okay.
Do it, Sky. Just
Okay, if
Trust your
I
instincts.
were a homicidal person, would I be taking care of my business directly in the front of the club, or would I be stashing my victim somewhere a little more, hidden?
Discreet.
Yeah.
Let's start with the one that's closest to the speakers. It'd be hardest to overhear.
Okay.
Okay. Slide open that curtain.
I think I'm gonna try to knock really hard on the wall, like just next to the curtain.
Oh, no.
Nothing.
There's similar thudding taking place.
I hate this.
The worst. It is the worst.
I mean, from a certain perspective.
You know what? We're in a situation. We can't find an outcome. We have obstacles in our way. What do? We remove the obstacles. I want to go find the sound system and turn it off.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Easily done.
Turn off the music.
You walk over to the sound system, not attended by a DJ or any discreet personnel. That shuts off. The actual house lights come on because they're set to the same switch. Mm-hmm. It's no longer red in here. You just hear a lot of people go, like they've not seen like actual light in a while.
Oh no.
But you do hear slam, slam, slam.
I think it's that one.
Yeah, wherever that sound, hopefully, that's...
I'm gonna reach into my froggy pocket and I'm gonna pull out a baseball bat.
Is it branded?
Sure. What's the baseball bat brand here?
Oh no, I was wondering if it was in Sky Howard.
More merch.
It's Froggy. It's Froggy. Yes.
Froggy
Okay. It's
merch.
definitely green. It's definitely from the kids section, like made of wood. That's not particularly sturdy. So it's a baseball bat. How many hits you're gonna get out of it?
It's there.
Not guaranteed.
Do you rip open the curtain?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Uh-huh.
So people are like starting to move and like clothes are being put on and whatnot. But you rip open this curtain and you see in coveralls, wounded still, that Rondo Hatton looking motherfucker choking the life out of Felix Krupke. And he doesn't stop, but he just looks at you while he keeps doing it.
Oh God.
Okay, where? I need to look at what particularly my grudge move is.
It's not great.
Thanks.
Because
this the mood is grudge, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'm supposed to tell you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I
You're
found
welcome.
it at the bottom of my character sheet where they all are.
Doing my due diligence.
So
Cringing.
to get
And you got a certain look in your eye.
to get a hidden, I have to get at least a 13.
You have to get a 13 to actually hurt him. But we know that someone else here laid out a cartoon gargoyle in one hit.
Yeah. I could potentially tell him to back off. I think that'll totally work.
I'm ready for the rebound.
Okay, so
You can step in there first. I'll get him on the backswing.
I love the idea of like Sky ripping the curtain open. This dude's just like slamming, like Felix into the wall. turns to stare, and then Sky goes, "You got this one, Sally."
Fuck that. That dude's not stopping after being caught.
Yeah.
He's fucking scary.
So Sally is going to look him dead in his eyes and say, "We finally caught you, motherfucker. You better stop." And I'm gonna roll here.
I love how we've
Squish,
just like completely
squish,
tossed
squish.
our limited F-bombs rule out the window.
It's the finale.
It's the finale.
Well,
The fucking alley.
The F in finale does not stand for finale.
What's up?
That was a 6, but can I use one of my laughs to make that a 7 so I can actually do what I'm trying to do?
You
So-
sure
so
can.
So your laughs actually give you a three
Plus
behind.
3, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then that would be
Well, 9.
10. Numbers are hard. Wait,
Oh, you got a
a
7?
9. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. What move was that? Was that Skullful?
Was it? No.
Yeah, if to fight in a grudge match.
Oh, yeah.
Fighting a grudge match, roll plus sharp. So you got a 9.
Oh,
total.
and you warned someone to step off, so you get to take +1.
So you got a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, choose one. You dish out damage and avoid getting hurt. You pick a friend. If someone attacks that friend before your next move, you could save them from getting hurt. So yeah, or you can hurt this guy, or you can protect someone and potentially hurt him if he decides to move on that guy.
I'm gonna hurt him because
Okay.
he seems like he can hurt me.
He could take
Yes.
a couple hits. He'll
He
be
has
fine.
already
Yeah.
taken. He's already taken one hit and has had no time to recover. So that hit earlier, a couple of episodes,
that's right.
ago from Cyril, with the weighted net
That's right.
and tumbling down the stairs. He was hurt off that, and we saw him limping away. What does Sally do to get him off Felix, which you accomplish?
Sally pulls out her definitely not prop guns and
Fuck you.
and then
Out the
quick little pop
shells!
pop in his feet so he can't run away.
Oh my gosh.
God damn.
I'm pretty
This
sure
episode
you
got
just
very
violated the
real.
Geneva Convention.
No,
All right,
I
so
mean
you-
you're allowed to wound. The Geneva Convention.
Yeah.
Trust me, I have read through the Geneva Convention.
So you pop this guy, you graze him in the legs. He's not going anywhere anyway. He drops Felix, who's unconscious anyway, just slumps against the wall. You're seconds away from saving his life, so God bless you. You've done that. This individual that you know is called Bishop Kane. He just starts marching towards you and like limping.
While those two are beginning to engage in a full-on grudge match, can I slip in the side and try to like drag Felix out into the middle?
Yeah, make it cool. People are starting to come out from their rooms.
That's an 11.
All right, you do the thing. You even look good. You heroically take all the credit for saving Felix.
I like toss him over my shoulder like fireman's carry. This tiny little hobbit-sized person just like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and like
one of the patrons definitely snaps a picture of this, and you're gonna go viral for saving.
yeah,
Great.
the pictures. The people are taking pictures. Like they're getting their phones out of the phone case because you're not supposed to have them when you're in the rooms.
Yeah.
But like people are going, "Oh my God, he was really hurting that guy.
Yeah.
Who is that? He looks so scary." Just a lot of chatter now.
So scary.
Yeah.
And having heard the music off or like felt it through the gay force, Lunger has come downstairs with a shotgun,
Oh
Oh,
and there's a lot of cartoon fruits behind him.
no! An army.
An army, a motorcycle club, even.
Yeah. When the cyclists looked up, it's like, oh my God, Sky Howard, I loved your program.
You know
I
about
have
my
your
program?
T-shirt still, and like they
this,
lift.
this is the Quarter Portion Club. We play discontinued pilots and even stolen cells all the time.
sure.
Yep. One of the other like motorcyclists rips open his denim vest, and he has a tattoo of Sky Howard.
And I like I just like set Felix down on the carpet, and I'm like, okay, so hear me out. In the like, we all know we only got through like half the pilot, but I need to get your opinion. Do you really think the butler did it?
I mean, I really, really thought that you were kind of going for a Hercule Poirot like double like red herring, and I thought that like the camera was gonna pan out and we find out that it was the gardener the whole time.
Well,
thought it was the
we
gardener
couldn't get
myself.
Tim Curry to voice in, so that idea got shot out the window.
Oh, that would have been so good.
Right?
Great. You have surrounded this individual, Sally, with the backing of the quarter portion MC. You are going to take +1.
Do we
but
still
I'm
have
gonna
a
need
+1 from me deciding to act on my answer from the devil?
Yes, actually.
Oh,
I feel like
Your answer from the devil. Yes, that's carrying. That's right.
since
Sally.
Sally is doing the
Finish
fighting,
it.
I feel like Sally can take that.
Yeah.
Sally, you have
The
a
devil's
+1.
blessing, if you will.
told him to step. You told him to step off. He didn't. He's stepping towards you. You have the devil's deal, so you are rolling, I think, +4.
Oh shit!
okay.
Come on.
Fucking Terminator.
Yep, +4.
+4.
No
That's,
pressure.
10.
All right.
Yes.
This individual, my man, on a 10. Choose one. You can dish damage and avoid getting hurt. There's no one to protect, so you can hurt him again if you like, or you can designate someone to protect.
No, I think I'll just shoot him again.
If it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
I mean, yeah, if it ain't broke.
He reaches into his like coveralls and like pulls out a switchblade and you just shoot him in the hand.
Don't bring a knife to a gunfight.
And like he grabs it, but like isn't emoting on his weird face. Just grimaces a bit more. Looks around and sees like there's Kingsters, a motorcycle club of gay cartoon fruit, Step on Longer with a shotgun, and just a lot of people. There's no way out of this basement, and he's been shot 3 times. Puts his hands up.
Yeah,
Yeah!
that's what I thought.
And of course, because we know exactly this sort of place, no one's going to call the cops.
No.
Yeah.
But they are going to take care of this fella.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We
And-
cut back.
And
Oh, I'm
before
sorry.
he cut back, I'm just like, very obliviously, anybody have a pair of handcuffs?
They get thrown at you like that meme of the wrestling match where they ask for a
Just all
steel
of them
chair.
piled on her. Or them, sorry.
Just they are absolutely covered.
Oh my God.
That's so fucking funny. That's a laugh for you, Sky.
Jesus, that's like 10 less. That was so perfect.
As we cut back, Kip and Cyril, you have been engaging in fisticuffs with Numsy the donkey, who, not perhaps unexpected, is a fucking beast.
Oh, yeah. Numsy clawed her way to the top.
She ground the competition into the dust.
Yeah.
So yeah, everyone's taking licks. What are we looking at? As people have like been caught in the black holes, fled the scene. Garfield is like fucking being made there to stand and watch, while Colton Mercury and Linda Zwanger like have. Linda Zwanger has like her briefcase and like she hits the bottom of it and like a little short sword comes out.
Yeah.
And
oh my gosh.
And Colton Mercury just rips the sleeves off his coat and just starts doing a pugilist pose. And Numsy the donkey is just, fight a donkey. It's fucking rough.
I think Cyril hasn't even like bothered trying to like get any blows in. I think Cyril has just this entire time been unleashing every thought that he has ever had about Numsy. Because hey, what's
That's
the worst
doing
that's going to
damage,
happen?
too.
Are you what are you going to do? Kill me? Send me to jail? Oh, kind of a thing. Like
Literally, fuck you, dude. Yeah.
So it's just like it's just him going. You know what, Numsy? No one likes you. No one likes any of the jokes that you've ever said. No one even likes your cartoons. I'm serious. I talked to Francis Ford Coppola, and remember that one interview that he had like right after Apocalypse Now, where he said that he grew up watching Numsy, the donkey tattoos over in Modesto, California, and that really got him to think about what the medium of film could do. I talked with him, and he said that every single time that his dad tried to put him in front of the TV, if Numsy was on, he said, "Dad, I'm gonna go read a book."
Can you make a wait, let me look at your sheet really quick. Roll plus laughs really quick.
Okay.
I think this is pragmatic, I think.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get a +1, which ain't bad. Oh, that's a 1 and a 2. Plus
So a
1, that's
3?
4.
Nice, 4.
Yeah.
I think you take another lump then.
Oh yeah. I think Numsy just hits
Numsy
Cyril
fully,
straight in the draw.
yeah, just
Straight in the jaw.
donkey kick across the face.
Yeah.
She
So-
rips her suit.
Just like spits out 3 teeth and then like spits out 3 teeth and 4 bones just like out of his mouth and just keeps talking.
Yeah, there's more
Just
like actual bone.
Yeah, just like, and you want to know another thing, Numsy?
Yo,
But no, is absolutely messed up. I think that puts Cyril at 3 wounds. I think right as soon as he was gonna say, "You want to know another thing, Numsy?" and then just poleaxes onto the ground. He's gone for the scene.
all right. Anything from Kip as you have fully clobbered all the human goons because they can hardly stand up to a Toon. But there's something about Colton Mercury, Linda Zwanger, and Numsy that has kept them on the field. Of course, Numsy, a very old, very powerful Toon.
Yep. Numsy was going up against Cyril. I'm taking on the rest of them. I've lost my duster jacket, my Stetson. One strap of my overall has like been cut and it's just like dangling over. There's like a hole near the overall pocket, so there's like a pocket dimension issue, like it's like getting things are sucking in.
Oh no.
I instead of like the boxing gloves, I got like some brass knuckles on one side. They just say like "whata" and the other side "you mean."
The metaphysical implications of the hole in the pocket dimension are dizzying.
Yeah. But like the reason I'm worried is because Linda was the one who's been cutting me up. I think I'm a little worried about it. And so I am going to roll my grudge move on this. Let's see. That was what with tough or cool?
That's cool for you for grumping.
Okay, with cool that is a 7.
All right. Let's pop on over.
That would be I don't lift a finger, I just stare. And I tell them what kind of person they are. Now Linda is a lawyer, right?
Linda's a lawyer, yeah.
Yeah, a lawyer. And so I look at them and I just go like, Linda, listen, Linda, listen, no, listen, Linda, listen, no, Linda, no, you gotta listen, Linda,
Trying
no,
to stab you
no,
to death.
no, listen, Linda, listen, no, listen, Linda,
Spit it out.
and I just whoo, take a swing at Linda.
So
I'm willing to take a lump for that.
Yeah, must choose a willing target or end the grudge match. I'll give you a lump. Yeah, if you want to, because there's no other target. She's not going to kill Cyril Seta.
Yeah,
she doesn't have the means to, actually. So she's going to try to go for you. You're going to get cut.
Yeah,
you're taking a lump, but she's out.
Okay, I'll take a lump for that. Who else is around?
Colton Mercury and Numsy is like standing over Cyril Seta, just like.
A lit cigarette has like appeared in Cyril Seta's unconscious mouth.
Beautiful.
So I look at those two and I look at Cyril and I'm like, oh no, hold on, guys, get him.
An army of pillbugs, mini kips, united under a common philosophy that every person is entitled to the sweat of their own brow.
They just like
It's like the
just like
Lilliputians attacking Gulliver.
yeah, it's just like a Zerg attack, just like and they're just going after those two.
Yep.
As
Can
I
you?
turn,
Yeah,
go ahead.
No,
No,
say
no.
what you're gonna say.
As those jump out, I turn around and to confront Numsy, and I just yell at Numsy, "You still owe me for last month's rent!"
Whoa. Is Kip a landlord?
Hell no. But we used to live together.
You and Numsy?
Yo, it comes out.
We just got the deep lore.
Is that plus tough then, or do you think you're just trying to take her out?
I think I'm trying to distract them. So I think I'm trying to get them to not focus on Cyril. So it's up to you how you want me to roll this. You
I
want to
think
do a sly?
this sly if you're trying to convince her of something. I say tough if you're trying to bully her or get her attention.
Okay, I'll do a tough then. That would be a 6.
Total.
Yep.
Your target tells you where to go. Ask the director what the response is, and be prepared for the worst. I think Numsy fully kicks a hole through the pocket.
Through the pocket?
Through the pocket.
Okay.
Me.
Now this pocket is sucking things in.
Yes.
So is Numsy's hoof now like stuck in there?
It's Toon logic, right?
Yeah.
The worst result here is, expect the worst. The two of you will be sucked into the pocket.
Okay. As she like does that double kick, like one side of me like the other side does kick that hole, and just it creates just that giant vacuum. And I go to grab Numsy's hoof. Because of that, my hand is right there, and we're both just like just that giant like and all anyone sees anymore is just the overalls, and just like, and it just like lands in the perfect form, just like overalls on the ground. I don't think there isn't like a sucking motion anymore.
Yeah.
Like it's just overalls with tears and holes in it now.
Take nothing away from the fact that there are several hundred pill bugs and several dozen mini kips who are beating the shit out of Colt Mercury.
Who are homeless now.
Homeless, yes. The Conscience Kip, which you can play now, Morshadi. You are on top of Cyril Seta as the lawyers and goons have been thoroughly paddywhacked. And Cyril, you wake up post confrontation with Conscience Kip on top of you.
Oh, so what? Did we win, or is hell truly other people?
You're pretty funny.
Thanks, Kip. I had about 40 years to really muddle my way through that one.
Now I'm like this tall, so I'm just like standing on your lip.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
like, well, I'm not exactly Kip, but thanks.
I mean, yeah. I was gonna ask if someone put you too long on the dry cycle or not, there, little buddy.
You're great. I really enjoyed your cartoons, by the way.
Really? I absolutely hated being on that show. I volunteered myself for the draft so I could get out of it. But I'll tell you something honest. I know a lot of people enjoyed them. I know a lot of people got a lot of, over the years, people would send me letters, folks who had hard times and said that the old Soporific Soda cartoons got them through some hard shakes. I can't take that away from anyone.
Can I tell you a little secret?
Sure.
Kip didn't know this, but I was one of the people who sent you letters.
Oh,
Yeah.
One little guy. Is the bar still open? Do you know if the bar's still open? I could really use a drink right about now. Been
Oh,
smoking
you
all
know what we
night.
could
Haven't
have?
had anything to go with it.
We could go for an old fashioned. Hold on one second. And I just
Oh,
like you feel this pressure.
yeah, just the springboard noise of it, just and just like I think Cyril just kind of like chucks a little bit and goes, "Oh, little bud, you know exactly what I was gonna ask for. Let's old fashions all around."
You know
And
what
that
I could really go for? It's like my favorite food. As you hear him walking away.
Just Cyril's expression freezes on his face.
what is
Like I
dead may
could
never die.
as you see him hop away, he goes, I could really go for a T-bone steak.
Oh, well, y'all hear that in the back? Get a T-bone steak. How my little friend here likes it.
Yeah, you hear what Mr. Hopperman wants. He just killed all those people. Make him whatever the fuck he wants. We cut as Cyril said. You're sitting at the bar with an old fashioned, nursing your head and your jaw,
And
while a
still
bunch
in the
of
dress, by the way.
yep, a bunch of mini kips and pill bugs are meandering around, and that cartoon trombone sidles up into the seat next to you.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
I did say I'd get you a drink, didn't I? Well, it'll be having there, buddy.
whatever gets me home.
Oh, well. How about a beat up old Lincoln that was owned by a failed criminal investigator?
Can't say I've ever been done in the back of one of those. Sorry, been brought home in the back of one of those.
Well, I always like someone who's a real go getter, but you're gonna have to have virgins because I am not driving.
Fine by me, and puts up their hand, which is basically the trombone slider.
Yeah, just kind of takes it and yeah, like shakes a little bit and says, "Yeah, get an Arnold Palmer for my new friend here."
As we cut, Sky Howard, Sally Sable, do you participate in the a gangland execution of Bishop Kane, or do you allow it, or what?
Oh, I
Uh,
didn't
Because
realize.
that's where Step on Lunger is going.
Yeah. I mean, who am
This
I to
got
get in the
dark.
way? I don't know if there's anything I can do to stop it.
yeah, I feel like at this point it's kind of out of our hands. There's so many witnesses.
You know what? I feel like I should probably go wash my hands anyway.
Yeah, I think, we should probably go try and like meet up with our friends there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think as we step outside of the bar, like the main floor, like all is calm in the dead of the night city streets, right? And we see like way over on top of the mountain, there's this like funnel cloud with like lightning coming out of it, caused by like the hole in the universe ripped by Kip's pocket overalls. and then
Which
all
is
of a
now
sudden,
closed.
and then
But
all
yeah.
of a sudden it just like dissipates and like the sky clears as Kip gets like sucked into the pocket.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that seemed eventful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if I may, I will take a little bit of the creative reins and cut a month into the future.
Oh,
As his last will and testament, Kip, I'm sorry, not Kip, Wint Tingle left the apartment. Philomena finally made good on it to the four of you. She tried to get a lodger in the apartment. No one wanted it. It was bad juju because Wint Tingle was just murdered. But she went, all right, fine. In actuality, he sent the property, like he actually owned the property, and he
yeah.
left it to the four of you. I'll ask each of you in that month, what do you get up to? I will say we will conclude the game in Wint's apartment.
Okay.
But up first, Annie, what does Sally Sable get up to in the aftermath of that incredibly messy first case for the Toon Sleuths?
I think that Sally has gotten a taste for
Violence.
detective work. And so she has been pitching the idea of her doing a sort of reboot of Southwest Sally that is a bit more focused on like the crime fighting side of things as opposed to of whatever the original show was.
I imagine it was kind of like
Um
an Animaniacs, jokey, slightly racy kind of thing for starters.
mhm. It is now a bit more like detective-y, and she feels pretty good about that show because she no longer has an assistant that is going to throw her under the bus. Um, yeah, things are looking up for Sally. I will say she did also in that time make an attempt to track down and corner Harry the Pig.
I was just gonna
Um,
ask, do you make good on that deal?
oh, yes, absolutely. She just,
When
taps
you're
him
at
on
like
the
a meet
head.
and greet, and Harry the Green Pig like snorts at you, drunken, in a like an almost stupor, like staring at a fireplace, coincidentally, at a party that you're attending after
Hmm.
achieving this not moderate fame in solving the slasher cases in Bivdale. Surely the Harry the Green Piglet accepts the token from you if you give it.
Oh, she totally does.
He disappears in a flash of fire and leaving only behind his martini and his suit.
Not how I thought that was going to go.
What about the
But
mark on Sally's hand?
Gone.
she just looks around and sees if like anyone like clock that.
Roll a d6.
Yeah, 4.
You don't see anybody. Everybody's like a little high. We're good.
Okay, she's just gonna sort of walk it off then.
Um, Mr. Kips Hopper Men's. What do you get up to?
I think in the month after uh the Kip conscious Copperman um has converted the office space of Wint's apartment into, because the economy started collapsing because Kip wasn't around anymore.
Yes.
Um and we stepped in and created uh a new shipping uh, uh company. And so their conscious Kip is like in the chair somehow, even though he's this tall, he's just still in a normal sized chair and still spinning around it, just talking like, yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. It'll probably be, and he's like in an appointment book right in front of him that's like still normal size, but he's just flipping through it. We can deliver that tomorrow afternoon, about 3 o'clock. Yeah, I know Kip could just do it anytime. You know what? Kip's not around anymore. It's us now. You're gonna have to just deal with it. Okay? All right. No one else is gonna deliver for you anyway. Oh God. Every single time. Anyway, Pillbug name. Zero, go for it.
Penny. Oh, sorry.
No, not Penny. No.
Oh, yeah, I think the pill bug is like looking up. I think with like conscious Kip being like the front office person who's doing like most of the business stuff. Pillbug's like the back office guy, like taking care of like making sure that everyone's getting like compensated, running the schedule, making sure that conscious Kip isn't like putting too much on his plate. And I think he goes over and does like a I don't know what to tell you, buddy. But we're gonna see this through. Things are going all right. We're getting a lot of, like job applicants. Everyone's gotten a red card so far. I think we can, see this through. If we get through the next 2 quarters, we might be able to go public as a cooperatively owned entity. That way, everyone gets their fair shake, and most importantly, the only thing needed to be on the board is membership. That's it.
Perfect. All right. And I think that's what ends up happening is that we create just a unionized shipping industry that is fair to everybody.
All right.
We did it. We solved capitalism, everybody.
We solved
We did it.
capitalism.
We Cut away. Cyril Seta, what have you been busy with?
Um, I think that Cyril said kind of did a Dizzy Lou thing. I think kind of in the style of Lucille Ball. I think he decided he was just going to open up a production company. He kind of got a taste for actually giving a care about stuff, and decided, like, oh well, I guess I can't go back to just my carefree life as a bon vivant anymore. I kind of give a damn, drat. And I think like two things happened. He, um, like 40 years of being in the closet, in the worst way anyone ever has been. I think he decided to make an honest man out of Stepan, and like asked if we could be in an open and kink friendly marriage together. And yeah, asked, and also asked if he'd be willing to put the quarter portion club up to help like float a production house for a year or two. um
It's like, are you trying to marry me just so I put up my club as collateral?
oh dear, I only want you for your body. And but and yeah, like I think the first thing that he takes on is he wants, I think he actually goes to Sally. I think there's like a moment where because Cyril doesn't need the office, right, for anything, but I think like we have a scene of Cyril coming in dressed pretty well, wearing like a gray Eisenhower and like white chinos, and like walks in and goes to see Sally and says, all right, so dear, I'd like your show. Let's not beat around the bush about this. I like the angle. I think you and Sky make a like a pretty good sort of odd couple partnership. I think that
Up to you.
you are now, Sky. I don't know
Oh,
what to tell
great.
you.
Okay.
If
Um,
you want to be, yeah.
I actually have a really great idea. So I was taking a look whenever I was over at Stepan's, my husband. uh, since he actually has both of your pilots, right? I think that there's an interesting angle where we kind of go for the whole like disaffected, like completely conscious of the fact that we're cartoons kind of a thing. And the premise for the show is that since both of your pilots didn't make it, you all decide that you're just going to go your own way. And we can like use all of the established canon from both of your pilots as sort of the grist for the main narrative for the first season. What do y'all think?
Uh,
I think it's kind of
I
fresh.
I pull out a very large rolled up poster and I spread it out on the table and I say, "Great, here are all of the connections between the two universe canons.
Oh, of
I think we should
course.
start with this one." And I point to like a very piece of paper taped on that has like a lot of red yarn going to it.
Uh, so what you can do, Sky, is you can actually take that, roll it back up, and you can send that to my assistant, and we can take care of that.
All right, assistant sounds very fancy.
Oh yeah,
Well,
and so and you know what? I think that we can use the office as the main set. It has great light. It's in a historic location. The facade's perfect for what I'm seeing, and we can find a cinematographer and a writer and a sound guy and a Foley artist and a couple more tunes to round out the cast. But yeah, I think this could be really interesting.
And last but not
sounds good
least,
to me.
what does Sky get up to for that month?
Uh, so I think Sky has like, so this new little TV enterprise with Sally is like kind of a side thing for Sky, because Sky has like
Of course.
connected up with the mini Kip army, the Biffdale United Postal Service,
Yes.
and like has become like an actual legitimate like independent forensics consultant and like goes around
Beautiful.
gathering, like has like this weird unhinged, definitely violates safety regulations lab like in the basement of Wynn's house, um, and like has just set up shop there and like get like uses not uses consults all of the little Kips as like informants on things happening around the city, and like it's a very like Sherlock-esque kind of situation where like the police just keep calling because they can't figure anything out, which was like Sky's original purpose was to be a shitty Sherlock
Oh
cover.
gosh.
So I think
Now you
the
get to do it and play one on TV.
exactly. So now we have like my real lab, except your assistant keeps telling us we can't use my real lab as a set because it's dangerous and it violates health codes. No matter how many times I keep asking.
I mean, it's Bivdale, dear. We got to run everything through through the suits. But you know what we could do is we can probably just make a replica of it on a soundstage for you, like next door.
But the replica isn't gonna have all my stuff.
No, but you know, after we do all of the takes for the season, you can, you know, like throw all of your acids and your alkalines and your cleaning agents and your chloroforms all over the place, and then and it'll feel just like home for the last scene that we can use for the outtakes because the outtakes don't have to be considered part of the show. So,
That would
you know,
kill everyone. Like
you know what,
they would
you
have
know
to
what, dear,
quarantine the
have fun
city.
with it.
They would have to
Have
quarantine
fun
the
with it.
city.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, like Cyril is already done with this conversation. Just
So at the end of that month, everyone in various stages of success, you're all over Wint's, having a private soiree, just the four of you, to toast Wint, his memory, and to toast the future success of Southwest Sally with Sky Howard, and of course, Kip Conscious Hopperman's active efforts as the one of the first, if not the first, Toon union organizer,
Yes.
working in concert with the Performers Association, against what remains of Vision Animations and GLG Entertainment. You're all there that evening, and Sky, you've had a lovely time. Everyone has you've more or less rehashed the conversations that you've had back and forth, and just absentmindedly, you're scrolling through Wint's footage um, of Kip, looking for something, anything, and you just happen to be tracing the footage, looking for anybody else. Maybe you can use this footage. There's been not only a class action lawsuit against Vision Animations, but obviously a grand jury indictment against many of the people who were involved, who remain alive after the whole fracas. Kip Hopperman does not exist in a way that is punishable legally. So he has been fully exonerated of any blame
Good. A
by special
hero.
investigation. Really, a
mm,
hero of Bivdale. A small shrine was erected to him on the boulevard in
mm.
between Vision Animations and GLG Entertainment. There's
Oh,
a statue of
perfect.
him. It's just Kip Hopperman, the best to ever do it, is what they came
Yeah,
up with.
Yeah.
if I may, are you near the end here? Or are
Yes,
you
I'm nearing the end.
I think I hear there's another little Kip that's just like right at that statue, that's like putting down a candle, and he's
Mhm.
like, oh, oh, forgot my lighter. And he sticks his hand down the overalls, and we just like zoom into a black space.
Oh no.
Um, and it's our Kip. Ooh, ooh, and he hands a lighter up.
Where's
All you
Numsy?
see is his hands.
I'm just not in there.
Oh my god. Okay.
Um, so we know that Kip Hopperman remains in some fashion.
Incredible.
Um, but Sky, as you're perusing the footage, you're starting to notice something. Wherever Wint was watching Kip in this footage at least, a familiar face begins to make itself known to you. A lithe, tall human man is in a lot of separate dates from this footage. And in the final like diary of Wint, like saying, I didn't catch the guy that did this, but I have this, and has to be good enough. There's a shape moving on his fire escape that you didn't notice the night you cracked the case with Sally. And you remember the devil's words: the killer's going to escape. And that night, after the party, Conscience Hopperman, Cyril Seta, Sally Sable, and Sky Howard, there's a knock at the door of Wint's apartment. All the guests have gone. You're just hanging out, schmoozing and relaxing and remembering. But somebody knocks on the door.
All right, no one get up. I guess I'll get it. Cyril, like has Cyril has been drinking a lot, but like has a little flute of champagne. Walks over. It's like
I follow behind you, but I grab Wint's crowbar. I'm like,
yeah,
waiting.
yeah. Cyril just having a good time. Opens up the door.
There's a hippopotamus woman who's a cartoon standing at the door in a tight turtleneck, a fashionable skirt, and just like a nice coat. She's clearly just gotten into town. She's got luggage behind her, and she's standing on Wint's stoop. And she says, "My name is Sourdough Colby.
Oh,
Pumpernickel was my sister.
yeah. I can. You have her nose, dear.
Forgive me, I'm a little emotional, but I've been looking for her for 2 months now. And just the other day, I heard about everything that the four of you did, and I couldn't think of anywhere else to go. And 2 days before I left on a flight from the East Coast to come here, I got this." And she hands Cyril a double postage um, letter like that, like indicates her person as the recipient with no return address.
Hmm.
And in the letter, written in magazine cutouts, is "Let it go."
I see. Well, dear, you look absolutely peaky. You always have to make sure to eat well. Now, come on in. We're gonna set you up. You just caught us in the middle of something, but the more the merrier. And like without like saying anything to her, he's just gonna give the letter over to Sky and just kind of like
I
guide her up and say, "Everybody, we have a guest."
I plop the envelope out of Cyril's hand. Just be like, "I'll be in the lab."
And as you go down into the basement, Philomena closes the door. She's been acting less like a oppressive landlady, and she really doesn't own the building, and more like a very kindly neighbor who
Mhm.
has been more or less very helpful to the businesses burgeoning in this building.
Yeah.
As she locks the door, the camera traces away from Wint Tingle's "No More Vacancy" sign. It's just Toon Sleuth. And as the camera traces in, like we see the street light reflected in the a puddle as the camera twists away, and we see a stinger and "To be continued" in a Toon to die for. The cutout killer.
Oh my gosh.
Absolutely incredible.
Love it.
That's all from me, folks. Thank you very much for playing. I've been
Good night, everybody.
Good night. I've been your host and facilitator for the game. My name is Michael Blood. My pronouns are they and he. You can find me on Twitter at GoodSirBlood if you're so inclined. But I'd much prefer if you followed my D&D-ish podcast at City Without End, or went to citywithoutend.podbean.com and downloaded every single one of the episodes. For every unique download of City Without End, I'm going to make another season of A Tune to Die For, and I'll do it until I die. In no particular order, I've been joined by my four wonderful friends and players. Thank you so much to Morshadi.
Thank you. I have been more shoddy. You can find me on Twitter at more_shoddy, or my website moreshoddyplays.games. I don't know when this is going to broadcast, so there's a few things that are coming up. So just go to my website and see if or my Twitter page and see if they're there. I will be running a game of Girl Underground for TTRPG for a charity stream here soon on March 25th. And then I will actually be streaming a season 3 Ted Lasso stream with the a Riley GRC starting this Sunday as well. So catch that as well. So that's it for me. Thank you so much, Mike. This has been so much fun.
I'm so glad you had fun. Thank you, of course, to Kiki and Grishka. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Kiki and Grishka. If you want to see me, you can find me at Scotch Game Comms on Twitter in about 15 days, whenever I get back from my Butlerian journey, where I've been learning to be an artist. I've spent a lot of my life jokingly saying, "Well, I'm not an artist," but also being serious about it. I have a lot of friends who are artists, and without being too hyperbolic, we're at a point in time right now where the immense amount of work that has allowed the internet to be what it is, vibrant and beautiful and fun, is being kind of actively scraped by people who don't seem to care about what the implications of their actions are at best, and are actively trying to erode basic rights of, if not ownership, then the ability to be recognized, compensated, and appreciated for your work. So I feel like it's a responsibility for everyone who likes art right now to become an artist and to become an art advocate. So whenever I get back onto Twitter, I'm going to be chronicling my time that I've spent, essentially like training myself. And I'm really excited to do that. As far as projects go, I'm going to be pitching a couple of things. This has been my first time streaming. I've had an amazing time, and I kind of want to see where I can go with that. So you actually might be seeing me in the GM's chair in a few months, maybe on this particular channel. We'll see how things go. But if not, aside from that, you can at least look forward to seeing me more active in these spaces.
Thank you. Thank you. And of course, thank you very much to Annie Oakley.
Yeah, I'm Annie Oakley. I do stream sometimes over on Twitch. I also sometimes post content on my coffee page, which is also Annie Oakley. You can find me pretty much anywhere as Annie Oakley with an underscore somewhere mixed in there if I unfortunately did not get the name first. But if you look, keep an eye out for the cosplay profile picture. That is definitely me 100% of the time. Yeah, I've had a lot of fun playing. This is not my first rodeo, but definitely like hands down the best time I've had playing. Just absolutely no notes. 10 out of 10. Loved it.
You're beautiful. Thank you.
You love me. You really, really love me.
And of course, last but not least, thank you so much for running tech and figuring everything out on the road with us. Thank you so much, Kels, for everything that you've done and for portraying Sky.
Hello.
For real.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. My pronouns are she, they. I'm the communications director for this wonderful channel, TTRPG. A little about myself before I talk about the channel. You can find me on Twitter as @crochet_BBY. Most other places you can find me as @crotchety_old_woman with various underscores in there. It'll all be in our little Nightbot commands in the Twitch chat. I am not doing a whole lot project-wise at the moment. We're working on some pretty fun things coming up on the channel, which is that's pretty much where you will find me on the internet if you want to see me somewhere. Or on TikTok. I've got, just random funny stuff on TikTok. If you like my Percy Jackson reference, there's more where that came from, let me tell you what.
I'll have to make sure to tell my partner they really do like Percy Jackson.
Hell yeah.
Most on-brand thing I've ever done at a stream. And as for the channel, this episode should be airing soon after we wrap up recording this evening. But depending on when that is, I'm just going to roll through what we've got coming up in the next couple weekends. On Saturday, that's not this week. Saturday in 2 days, the 18th, not the 11th, like I was looking at, we have another, I think the finale, I believe, of our Solstice game, the Lancer
I need to get caught up.
system.
Yeah.
That'll be on this channel at 2 p.m. Eastern that day. And then on Sundays, starting this upcoming Sunday the 19th, we are having a show based on The Wiz, the new musical, with a cast that is
So cool.
pretty fantastic. I am really excited to watch it. And that is going to be our show on Sundays through April. We have our monthly talk show coming up on the 26th of March at 5 p.m. Eastern. And our guest will be announced on Twitter if they have not already been announced on Twitter. So you can find that there. And I think that's all, folks. I think that's all I've got.
Yeah, we did it.
We
Last
did
laugh of the
it!
game.
That's
Everybody
all,
gets
folks.
a laugh.
Yay!
Yay. Good
Come
night.
back again.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.